Bada bing, bada boom, and we are back. Better. We have hair physics. Hair. So yeah, we have a hair debut, but also I need to check something real quick. Because if I am correct, we are currently live on YouTube, and that means that if I do let's do a little quick test, shall we? Right on my face. This should work. No? Yeah. That's on YouTube. So we now have a YouTube chat as well as I do need to color adjust it by the looks of it at some point, but that's the wrong button. And yeah, we have, yes, I love my wavy hand scuff because that's what I really need right now, the wavy hand scuff. So yeah, I am debuting a new hairstyle, and we're also trying to see if YouTube streaming works. Let me add the YouTube chat to the next tab, because it's kind of important to have that there, and I need to have artificially displaying and not Slay the Spire. There we go. No. There you go. For some reason it made it small. So let's see. YouTube chat has been achieved. I will put it up there, and then use my phone to see how it looks. God, it's unlegible. This is why we changed to the new thing, but yeah, cool. Time to get to YouTube. Let's see, can I get YouTube up? No. Why? I'm not tapped into Art of Rally. Why is Art of Rally like this? There we go. So, if I am correct, I should be able to pull out the YouTube chat without any issues. Let's see, pop out chat, there we go. So that I have both chats up at the same time, which is kind of useful. And if I close that should be fine then. Nope. I lost all my tabs, there we go. That's good to know that that's messed up like that. I appreciate it. So, welcome to Scuff. Guess I would need to log into YouTube on my... Also, VR chat should be fine during this stream. I have it set up in a way that things should work out fine. God knows. Wow, we have hair physics. That's kind of wild. Yeah, because we're trying a bunch of new things, it's kind of scuffed right now, but I have also reduced the recording size so that the recording is using less of the GPU while recording the game. So I should have less issues with that. I just need to log into YouTube real quick, which is annoying. Switch account, add account, email, password. No, that's the wrong password. Capitalization wrong, maybe? Nope. Scuff. Guess I will need to have YouTube chat up on my phone. Well, good thing I have a phone stand. So, YouTube chat will be on phone. It's gonna be fun. It's so tiny. Can I make chat bigger? No? Cool. Oh well. Gonna be what it's gonna be. Thank you, Foxy. I'm glad you liked the model. Sorry for the stream scuff, because, you know. Typical streamer stuff. So, I have a controller now. And we're going to
hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Yeah, that's actually a good idea to hydrate. I haven't hydrated before the stream. So hydration. Water consumed. Also, this is the first time I've not streamed with a beanie or a hat on. Because in the past, that's fine, but right now I just showered, so... Oh god, Art of Rally, you fucking scuff. I can make myself bigger and behind chat, that's kind of funny. Hi chat. I like making myself... Wait. That's one. Which doesn't have the YouTube chat. Browser... Add existing browser YouTube chat, there we go. And then move my face over here. I like being bigger. But blocking chat isn't ideal for that. Ah, itchy face. Why is my face itchy? Nah. Naked Sky, yeah. I'm naked. I am wearing a shirt and sweatpants, but yet I'm naked because I don't have hat on. Anyways, hello, welcome. Oh god, lag. Welcome. I realize I forgot to do one more thing. Time to scuff it up even more, yay! Brother. So... I need to open... window capture? Which needs to be that one. it's that. And make big, then make small. And that should be smaller. I don't know if it should be smaller. I don't know. Yeah, we're trying shit out, guys. Oh. There are the achievements. I was like, I never had the achievements up. Is that something that I want to have up? Let's just give it a try. It's so tiny, but it gives you guys information of where we're at with the achievements. I just don't know how it works if I click this. Oh god. There we go. I don't think it's necessary, but it's fun to look at. I think we're gonna just disable it though. There's no reason to have it on. Hello, Wish Stream Nova Beast. We're going to be driving in Group B. In an Italian car. Let me pull up my stats to see if my CPU is crashing. A good afternoon then, if it's 5 PM. Happy time zone. Ah. I should be able to feel it actually, when... Ah! Why am I scuffing so much? I'm not ready. My brain is so delayed right now. Game is consistently at 60 FPS. Good, good, good. New. If it's 5 PM over there, either that means you're somewhere in Asia or that means that you're in West Australia. You're in the death zone of Australia, potentially. And the entirety of Australia is already a death zone, but West Australia especially. Also, Dargoon actually being able to watch a stream not in the middle of the night. But the performance suddenly is good. Even though we're at night. Night used to be like the worst performance. Especially in Rally Finland. So we somehow managed to make the performance work. Also, I'm top 4% of the global leaderboard. Holy shit. Oopsie. Also, fun fact about the hair. I actually had to apply different shaders to fit the model. Initially, it had the other shaders. I need to check one thing though. Ah, yes, laggy. Let's see. I need to check if it's recording. Yeah, it is recording. Cool. It's no longer 420. Ah. Very good. Everything is working. And yeah, the hair took some issues because I was fighting Unity. Initially, the hair didn't want to stick to the head, so that was a pain in the ass. So now that I know how hair works, I will probably have another hairstyle to have like the more the standard hairstyle for Sky hair. So then we have both available, and then we can toggle it on stream. I could even make it a stream redeem, potentially, to the toggle. You can donate to get different hair. That would be kind of funny. Hill. Don't go over the hill too fast, you will fly. The braided hairstyle would be cool, but that's probably gonna take a fuck ton of effort compared to this or the other one. So we could get that sorted, it's just need to find the right assets or make it myself, which both of those are pain. In different ways. Because this model is kind of weirdly set up. For some reason, Jinx did set up some of the model in an interesting way in Unity. I don't think they did that intentionally, but it made it a little bit difficult to find certain things. It made it very optimized though, which is why it runs so well. But the hair has now made it unoptimized basically. Oh, yeah. Also, something I was thinking about at some point is that, like, with rant, I like doing rants on stream, so if I have something to rant about, instead of ranting about it on Discord, I should, like, write it down and then like talk about it on stream instead, and then clip it and make clips out of it. It's like such a weird thing to think about as now that I'm streaming. Like, yeah, it would make good content. I shouldn't waste the opportunity ranting about it another time, like I did with the stupid seagull story. Hello, Reigns. Thank you. I have like, this is the first time I got this hairstyle sorted. Like, I'm slowly adding to the model. I also got the t-shirt and yeah, making it cuter as we go. Oh, the seagull story gives me PTSD, I swear to God. Also, yes, rally game while looking at chat, I know, it's not the best idea. But hey, we have made worse decisions in life. Nah. My headphones are falling out. Also, I keep getting like top on leaderboards. Like, I'm not in the best, I'm not one of the best drivers, obviously, because the best drivers are way quicker than me. As you can see, I'm 19 seconds behind the fastest, but The fact that I'm still in the top 5 is kind of crazy to think about. I saw the sequel story didn't... I did see your comment. I think I liked it. It's a bit weird that it hit your comment. Maybe it was different per person. Also, I was thinking that if the bots still doesn't post YouTube Shorts, I should just try to see if it posts the TikToks instead. Because if it works for TikTok but not for YouTube, then that's fine too. So long as it embeds, obviously. That stupid clanker not functioning the way I wanted to is very funny. It's funny and frustrating at the same time. But I choose to make it funny because otherwise I will die of pain. Oh. Thank you so much, Kira, for the 2nd month of subscription. Shame I'm not driving a Subaru. Thank you for the Subaru. We will be driving a Subaru later, don't worry. There is a Subaru in the game. Oh no, oh god, my phone locked, so I can't see YouTube chat anymore. I could do the scuff thing and have YouTube chat up on my e-reader. I has black and white chat on my e-reader. At least now I know the YouTube chat works. That was the main thing. I didn't want to like mess with the coloring and stuff until I knew it worked. Because sounds like a bit of a waste of time and energy to mess with it. If it didn't work. So here's the problem, Dargoon. I have 2 different Chrome browsers. I have one specifically for streaming, and that one is not logged into my YouTube account because my YouTube account is linked to a different email. So I tried to log into it, but I forgot the password, and I'm not gonna like waste time trying to find the password on stream. As I just realized a way of doing it really quickly. Don't mind me, I'm stupid. I didn't even lose the password, it's just that I have a key. I have KeyPass, so I use that most of the time. But my email password is something that I do remember. I know the exact password, I just don't remember the capitalization of the words in it. Which makes me think that it's either capitalized differently than that. I tried 2 things, both didn't work, so that means I capitalized it in a very stupid way to intentionally like mislead people that steal the password. Or I did it in a stupid way in regards to like, I just am illiterate or something. It's one or the other. Either I did it the smart way or the stupid way. What? God, why is my face so itchy? I guess it's because my skin is really dry right now. So yeah, oh god. Ah! You guys can watch at what I got while I log into YouTube. Let's see. Switch accounts, add account, that account. And now what is the password? No, it's not. It's the social media. Nope. It's an email password, you stupid fuck. It's that one. Let's see what it is. My key pass. I have tried every type of capitalization and it's not working. So I forgot my own password. Well, we'll need to do a password reset at some point. Whoopsie. You got an adopt yesterday? You just spent money on art to get your Sona finally sorted? That's very good news. Oh god, why is my hair this way? My hair is like IRL hair, not the hair inside of the VR. My hair is just being a menace. Oh look! Darkun, I'm coming to visit you. Just as an FYI, I've never done Rally Australia. This is a DLC I've never done before. So, we're going in blind. No, god, this is terrifying. Absolute concentration. That's just a giant straight, okay. There's cows! There's fucking cows! Where's the kangaroos, bitches? Where's those goddamn birds that defeated the Australian army? Fucking laser focus. Ah, there's the emus. I saw the emus. There's the kangaroos. They know the memes. They know the memes of Australia. Finish. Yeah, okay, 40th percentile, I went in blind.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Hydration! Goodbye, Rain. Good luck at the work. Water has been consumed. This game is absolutely gorgeous. For like a pixel isometric art style thingy. That's isometric, not pixel, but for an isometric art style, this is so gorgeous, holy shit. No. Fucking emu's distracting me. Well, Rally Australia is quite tough, holy shit. Oh no, not the fucking chicane. I hate these chicanes. Ah. Not good at them. Also, I think I saw Akaimir have like a very long watch streak, which is kind of crazy. Like 20 watch streak it was. Also, hello Samantha. Welcome to the stream. Benefit of being in the same time zone as me, you actually get to join most of the time. The shit woof. Oh, Darkoon, you crazy bastard. Yeah, Dargun's time zone makes my streams very difficult to join sometimes, so it seems like he just fucks up his sleep schedule to keep the watch streak alive or something. God, I am starting to get the hang of this course. Famous last word says I'm about to crash, obviously. Yeah. Crash. Also, you set an alarm? But yeah, I didn't stream yesterday like I normally did because I streamed on Saturday. Sunday was a rest day, but there was some stuff I still did, and I figured that yesterday was a good time to like get back into some of the routines and stuff and just focus on that. And stream can wait until the next day, which is today. I am debating doing this stream time more often. Like Friday is gonna be the same time as today. And then we got evening streams on Wednesday and Thursday. I have adjusted the little widget at the bottom for PC users, and for phone users they can open the schedule to see what is planned. So yes, I have systems in place now. Also, this is we are now in Sardinia, which I needed to drive an Italian car on an Italian track, which is this. So I will get another achievement after when I complete this stage. Also, I set my stream recording to have the exact time when I start, so I can use the start time as a reference point for all the achievements I get, so that I can go back into the recording to like save all the moments where I got the achievements. So that because I'm doing a screen recording for the YouTube recording, because then it has the Steam pop-ups, because I'm actually kind of grateful when the Steam overlay doesn't show, but also it's kind of annoying at the same time because, you know, you guys can't see anything in terms of when I get my achievements. So I've been looking into an achievement tracker, and I found one, but that became a cloud service powered by AI that I do not fully trust to not cause issues, so it's a subscription, and I'm tired of having 5 million subscriptions. I have some subscriptions now for the streaming stuff, because it's useful to have some, like, tools. But that's it. I don't want even more for something very niche. Pull the handbrake. There we go. Futur pasta. Arrived in an Italian car in Italy. And I would do the same stage backwards, I guess. Dargoon, have you thought about fixing your sleep schedule, by the way? Not healthy to randomly pass out. Dargo needs to change his alarm to the Pedro soundtrack. Just have it wake up to Pedro. Also, there's an ad break coming up in 12 minutes. Which is the perfect time for me to go use the bathroom. And actually check if the bot works. And gave a notification to my server. I've used, like, other apps before to change the alarm sound. So it's working for stream, but it's not working for YouTube Shorts. Absolutely fascinating. Well, there's a short going to be uploaded in 2 hours and 5 minutes. So if it works, then that's good. But if not, then I will switch it to upload to TikTok instead. Good afternoon, Tails. I am doing wonderful. I've already done my workout for the day. I am showered, nice and clean, had a nice breakfast, and now I'm streaming. And I'm crushing because I'm too busy talking and not driving. How about yourself? How are you doing today? And thank you, Lasada. I got new hair. Yeah, the Seagull story short didn't notify. Also, TikTok was like, oh, your post is going viral, you should pay us money to push it more. And I was like, how about no? Ah yes, I need to pay everywhere to push the algorithm. Very funny how that works. Pay to win, baby. I don't care. My shorts are not gonna get many people to join my streams anyways, so... It's mostly content for the people that already enjoy my streams, and if it like pulls in more viewers, that's great, but it's not really a transition a lot of people make. It's easier to go from long format to short format than from short format to long format. And Chaos, if you don't mind me asking, what are you going to be studying today? Surprisingly, Dargoon, TikTok is not even the worst about it. Actually, Instagram is more aggressive about it than TikTok. Because TikTok has it just at the bottom of your video being like, oh, your post is going well, maybe you want to push it a bit, but Instagram literally has pop-ups regarding it. Like, I log in to Instagram on my computer, the first thing I see is a pop-up being like, do you want to give us money? Oh yeah, give us money. Which, no thanks. Keeping the books is very important. Yoink. That was a short track compared to the other ones. Huh. We won, yippee! Group S car unlocked. The Il Gorilla E2. An upgraded Lancia Delta. That's an interesting livery, huh? Do I have a different livery for this guy now? No. I mean, I'm gonna try out that. Fuck it, let's go with that one. 3 rallies, all 5 stages, jeebus. Welcome to Australia. I see a kangaroo. God, I'm going so fast. What the fuck? You're welcome for verifying your feed. That's the only correct thing to do. Oh god, chicanes. And e-brake. Brother, it's so intense. This isn't even the fastest car class in the game. This is just getting worse as we go. Honestly, I follow a lot of like industry artists on Instagram, so I get like very varied content on Instagram that I don't care for. Like, yeah, push some stuff that I do not care for. Yes, let's get more reels that I don't care for because I don't like reels on Instagram. I like to just have my static content, thanks. As I am starting to post reels myself. Yes, I know that this is ironic, but hey. Hello, the Becky has come to the stream. After this stage, I'm gonna go have a little bit of a small break. While the ad runs, and I'll check my bots if they're doing their job. Wow. Mr. Obama? That you? Nah. There we go. Okay, so we should go. Wasn't big break. We go here. Yeah, we'll be right back. Working again. Why are eating? I should be eating. Oh, God. Oh. There we go. And hello again. Lizard. I actually, when working out, I have a tendency to yawn. Actually, it's very annoying. Try to keep track of your breathing while you're yawning. No, that doesn't work. God damn. Oh. Nah, there we go. More yawnies. And we are on for another stage. You're going down. We are going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship. The rocket ship is a Group B car. Oh god, speed. Speed. Yeah, rockets are always mentioned because they're going speed. You heckin' nerd. My favorite thing about... Oh, not again! My favorite thing about the model is that you can... Wait... Why are you not head tracking properly? Goddamn. There's... Give me 5 seconds. There we go. Much better. Now we actually on rotate. I didn't realize that having the menu open in VR chat actually made my head less movie. But I love how you can actually tell whenever I'm focusing on the game or whenever I'm looking at chat because of the model. Oh god. Or whenever I'm looking at my model on OBS. It's all things you can see. How did you spend $120 on stream? What did you do, Dargoon? My condolences. You will not have a life for a while. One second. Bree has generously provided me with lunch. Thank you, Fob.
You're welcome. Hi, chat.
Bree mentioned. It's not coming through the mic that well, the shaking, but hey. It's a coffee shake with protein powder. Oh god, hi. I now have lunch. And I have protein. And I have coffee. It's like the best combination of things. Yeah, any From Software game is just a mental health crisis. You are correct. And I just squinted really hard at the screen because I realized something. I might have fucked up one of my settings in my recording. So time to check that. Well, oh boy. Ah! Let's see. Yes, I fucked up my... Oh god. Let me just end the recording real quick. Oh boy. Shut the fuck up game for a second, thanks. You know, the audio did work actually. Sure, why not? You just heard it for a second. Don't question the function of recording software. It doesn't make sense. But it works, therefore. Sure. Yeah. Okay, fine. Why do you not make sense? I think my genre of games where I get absolutely absorbed is management games. So, talking about games like Architect, Roller Coaster Tycoon, so roller coaster management game, but also Prison Architect and Satisfactory and Factorio. Those are all types of management games. But you're always managing different games. I love Transport Fever 2. Transport Fever 3 is coming out in the future. That's a game I might end up streaming, but even though it's kind of boring, it's a really good game I want to show people because it tickles my tism. As my arms are flailing around. Brother, why are you flailing around? Yeah. Not supposed to. Is it because Free walked in earlier and he messed up the tracking accidentally? I hope not. Also, yeah, you automate things so you can focus on other things that need automating, so you can do other things. That's basically the history of any management game. You build the thing works, you move on to the next thing. I don't know about, like, I've seen V-Rising, but there are some mechanics in that game that feel kind of wrong, especially with the way that you can just lose your base and stuff. I don't know if they changed that at all, but I don't know. I'm not a fan of losing things. Like, gear loss is like one of my biggest negatives inside of games. And it's the reason I turned it off in Duck Off as well. Snow Runner is also really good, yeah. Also, Transport Fever 3, one of the best modders in Transport Fever 2 got just hired by the team because they were like, oh god, you make such amazing content, can you help us do this thing that we really want to implement into the next game? And they were like, sure. So they are now a full-time employee. Which I think is super cool. They should do that more. Don't hire modders for the current game so their mods are no longer available. Hire modders for the next game so that they can help you improve the game. But it's the reason why the factories and stuff will have their own built-in transport terminals, which... My hands are doing things. I need to reset the tracking real quick, sorry. It's annoying the shit out of me. Reset. Enable. There we go. Should be good now. But yeah, Transport Fever 3 will have a lot of new mechanics that are made possible by the team doing amazing things. And I will say this, if there was a content creator like event in New York already, which is really cool. And if they want to give me a product key to like live stream it, please do. Thanks. I'm happy to put it up on stream. I will be an ambassador of your amazing games. Yay! You know, worth a shot. You never know. It's also kind of funny that nowadays you can just reach out to a brand and be like, hey, I like your thing, can we work together? And they're like, sure, and that just works. Like, nowadays, these things work really weirdly to me. So maybe one day I will be big and I will be streaming games because I get sponsored. Like I saw a bunch of VTubers got sponsored to play Resident Evil. Kind of neat. Unfortunately, the game. Oh. Yeah, land on the wheels, perfect. Unfortunately, the problem with Resident Evil is that it has a very strong hook, and then it just flats out and gets boring, which is really unfortunate. And I've heard similar things from Pragmata, where it's like, ah yes, they have this niche of, you get to play these two characters and it's really well done, but there isn't much else to it. It's done well, so it keeps you playing, but it's not done in a way that like is amazing, and I don't know. It's one of those things where the reason I like playing indie games is specifically because they have more focused on actually like not having it too much, just keeping it limited so that you don't end up in the grindy thing of like open world busy work, or you get the issue of the gameplay getting repetitive. And yeah, there is some AAA games that do it well, and there's some repetitive games I really enjoy. Ultimately, Monster Hunter is one of the games that is by default kind of repetitive. Like, you do the same thing over and over again. The only variation is either switching weapons or fighting a different monster. But it does that so well that it doesn't feel that repetitive until you need to go gear farming, and then I still enjoy it because it's neat. But yeah, to make something repetitive, make it fun, it needs to be done very well, and I think a lot of games miss that point. It's difficult to be the next World of Warcraft or the next Final Fantasy with repetitive live service gameplay. Also, it's very cool that Euro Truck Simulator did that vector. Sorry for not saying anything earlier, I didn't see it. I was busy driving. But having a bunch of people that do something really well on your team is fantastic. The only downside is that if I want to own all the maps in Euro Truck Simulator, or if I want to own everything in American Truck Simulator, I need to pay like $400, which like, which, to be fair, I would love to play some Euro Truck Simulator, American Truck Simulator, but the entry price is a bit steep. And I'm the kind of person who wants all the maps. And there's also this game called Hunter Call of the Wild that I really enjoy. It's also one of those repetitive games, but it just does the thing well. I like hunting in the virtual world because IRL, hunting is cool and all. A gun is nice, shooting animal that you're allowed to kill is nice, but all the bureaucracy around it to get the licenses is a pain, and obviously you want to do it properly, and then you don't want it to go to waste, so you need to know someone who is willing to like help you butcher it, or you need to know that to do it yourself, and just there's a lot with hunting that I don't enjoy, so just having a game where I can just hunt is nice. So you get to scratch that itch without it like actually having like this impact on the world. And I think that's something that I really like about games, is that the games, it's the reason why I like racing games, it gets to scratch that racing itch without having to spend hundreds of thousands of euros on it IRL to be able to do it. Maybe one day I get to race IRL and I become like a Jimmy Broadbent or a Super GT, also known as Steve Alvarez Brown, where you become a sim racer sponsored by Bielstein and you get to do the 24 hours of Nürburgring and stuff. That's cool. Funnily enough, they're now also sponsored by the protein brands that I buy my stuff from, like XXL Nutrition is a Dutch brand that sells protein stuff and it sells isotonic, it sells like a lot of things that I like to consume, and they do it well, so it's like, cool. Maybe instead of a gamer sponsorship, I will have a nutrition sponsorship. XXL Nutritions, hit me up in my DMs. Like my protein shake right now is a mix of soy milk, like vanilla soy milk, and I have it has 30 grams of salted caramel protein powder, so I got a bunch of protein, and then mixed with some chicory based coffee, so it's not actual coffee, it's fake coffee, not, without caffeine, but it has like this kind of nutty taste that's really tasty. And then add some boiling water and I have a nice warm coffee shake for the price of like less than €1, where if I had something similar at Starbucks, I would be paying €7 for it. So it's very nice. I enjoy it. And yeah, games like Hunter Call of the Wild and Euro Truck Simulator and American Truck Simulator, you want to get everything on a big discount, and then you can like buy the new DLC as it comes out, basically. Usually when DLC comes out, it's at like a 20% sale anyways. And then you can support the devs with that through active development. And the thing I like about like Hunter Call of the Wild and American Truck Simulator and stuff is like they actually listen to the community and what the community wants. Like, yes, they released a map that had like a bunch of birds because people wanted birds inside to hunt birds inside of Call of the Wild, so they did that. They were then people were like, oh well, we have had a lot of maps with birds. Can we get like a map where we can hunt bigger things? So they released a map that had bigger things, and then people were like, well, the map quality has kind of gone down as of late. Can we get actually good content? And then they released like an Australian map that was really well polished and very detailed. Which I think you can hunt kangaroos in that Australian map. And yeah, I like when there's cosmetic DLC, because then you can support the devs without, you know, feeling like you're missing out. I appreciate it a lot more when there's games where they the Australia DLC was for Hunter Call of the Wild. I also like how Warframe does its monetization. You don't have to buy Platinum if you don't want to. Like, everything is attainable without ever buying a single buck of Platinum. If you want to support the game, they have these really expensive Prime Access packs. But they're like €60, which are way too expensive for me. But if you want to support the game, you can just get it, and then they make a buck out of it for developing the game further. Honestly, American Truck Simulator has the right physics and aesthetics to have a Australia DLC. That would be very fun, yeah. Give us road trains. Oh, right, another transport game that's really interesting that's currently in early access is Motor Town Hub. Motor Town Hub is a transport game where you start out with just a little pickup truck, and you can rent out trucks to do bigger deliveries, and then later on you can buy the trucks, and then later on you can buy multiple trucks to set up your own company, so you can have AI driver trucks, and your system just gets bigger and bigger as it goes, basically. And it also has normal road cars, so if you like racing, you can just drive around. And it has like a lot of cool mechanics, and they have just been expanding the map a lot. There's so much community support. It's like a solo dev that got so much help just from the community, like figuring things out. So every time there's an update, he like credits everyone that helped out with like, oh, there was this bug, which is fixed thanks to this guy. Like, it's such a great community. It's so cool. And I like that about transport games. They have such great communities. Like, there's no competitiveness. It's just, we all work together. Like a big family. And my shake has been consumed. Yeah, there is a bit of an issue with operating systems. If you're on Mac or on Linux, certain games are just not playable, unfortunately. Good morning, Awawa. Good to see you here. Yeah, I've heard about the public beta for the Benelux stuff, because the roads weren't very accurate, so they actually are putting in effort to make it more accurate. Which is good, because the Benelux is kind of a big transport hub for, you know, the entirety of Europe. With Antwerp being the second biggest port in Europe and Rotterdam being the biggest port in Europe. Also, the performance of the game has been very stable, so clearly recording in 2K wasn't the right move last time. It's much happier this time around. Also, reminder, if you haven't followed yet, please hit that follow button, and if you wish to drop a subscribe with your Prime sub, please do. Yada yada yada. I'm currently recording at 1080p at 60 FPS. I am streaming at 2K 60 FPS. I'm playing the game in 2K. I have desired violence on my GPU, with VRChat also being open. Luckily, VRChat's optimization for the hair and stuff is mostly CPU focused, so that does balance things out. And my OBS runs on my GPU because NVIDIA encoding is just better, unfortunately. And we're going to Sardinia. Oh god, my hair... Why is my hair still wet? I've been streaming for 1.5 hours and it's still wet. My hair just always refuses to dry. Long hair problems. I even blow dried my hair a little. Like... I need a haircut, to be fair, because it's getting summertime, so getting my coat tint out a little bit isn't a terrible idea. Doesn't need to be shorter, because I'm happy with my long hair. It's just thick. But haircuts cost money, and I don't have much money. I want to get some art to get the Patreon rolling. I'm wanting to do more things with the VR model, which will cost money. Money, 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 money. So please, please get rid of a kidney and donate your kidney to my stream. Thank you. I will be able to sell it on and make some money. Yes, the biggest Harris. Hello, Drake Majas. I actually have a proper haircut now. Well, Dargoon, you should have thought about that before you bought this Dark Souls trilogy. Because you could have spent that money on me, you know? Just saying. I'm joking, of course. But, But yeah, like Akamir said, you don't need both. Don't worry. Also, you don't need your spleen either. You don't need your appendix. You don't need your gallbladder. You don't need your reproductive organs. You can live with a surprising little amount of organs. You can lose a lung even. Hey Akamir, we shouldn't gaslight Dargoon into giving more subs, that's rude. He can do it himself, don't worry. Dargoon is a good boy, right? Right? Dargoon, bold of you to assume I'm ever satisfied with how much money I'm earning. Which, to be fair, I am very happy with how supportive you guys have been. I am actually quite satisfied with how things are. It's part of the reason why I'm obviously looking into how to grow more, because a big part of streaming is that I want it to be sustainable. Right now I can pay my insurance payments with it and my medications, and I can pay for my phone bill. But obviously I would like to be able to contribute a little bit more to my household so that I can like not have it be a burden completely on free. So that's why growth is important, and right now we are a little stagnant on growth. Because I'm playing niche games, I'm trying to figure out my schedule still, and I'm not trying too hard to grow yet. I think one thing that I would really like to do is do more collab streams with people, because that was a lot of fun. I already discussed with Gert to do something else potentially. Obviously, there's also the thing of like, I can be more aggressive about advertising things on Twitter and on FA. Which, maybe I should. Maybe I should just post, I'm live on Twitch on FA. And I should just post my Patreon more aggressively. But if I'm posting my Patreon more aggressively, I feel like I should get more art. So that's money out of my pocket again. So it's like, it's such a weird economy of like, my Patreon is not just for art, but a lot of people would subscribe for just the art portion. And so I'm like figuring out the way I want to do it, because there are so many different ways to do it. And I don't want to do something that I will regret later ultimately. And also, it's still new to me, and I have future medical interventions that will take me out from streaming for a while. So there's also thing of maybe I want to stay small, have like all the medical stuff sorted out, and then try to grow even more. Like, yeah, my medical situation is gonna be perfect, but at least get the surgeries out of the way, get the what's it called? Maybe figure out the immune system thing at least, get some medication for that. They almost have the ADHD thing sorted. Yeah, Picardo is how you spell it. Yeah. But yeah, it's a weird balance of like, I have a lot of friends that are like, wait, I didn't know you streamed. I've been quite obvious about it on social media, but apparently people just don't check social media. So how am I supposed to like get the word out there when people's feeds are swamped constantly? So that's why I was doing the shorts. Part of why I was doing the shorts, because the shorts and the TikTokies are like a separate growth opportunity and something I can do away from my usual audience. But I also need to exploit my usual audience a bit more, I guess. I don't know. Suffer. I think that's the biggest difficulty for me, is like I don't know what I want to do really because of the health stuff. So I've just been, well, tomorrow I have a medical appointment, I have one on Thursday, I'm just gonna be busy. Medical appointments will make my streams inconsistent. And that's just kind of how it is. Yeah, there's a lot of my friends that just are like, oh, I didn't know you streamed. And I'm like, well, I guess you either don't follow my social media or you follow too many people on social media, therefore it gets drowned out, or... Yeah, I don't know. I also have it on my Discord status right now, like, you can see I'm streaming. It should even show him my activity feed. But I don't know. I don't actively put the word out there. I was talking to another streamer friend of mine and they were like, oh, I didn't know you stream, but they also are not very active in the same circles, and it's like, yeah, it'd be like that. They also just fulfill a completely different niche than I do. So it's like, yeah, it'd be that way. The only reason I knew he streamed was through a mutual friend, and one of his YouTube videos actually popped up on YouTube, like one of his long format, so he got like quite a lot of views on that, which good for, I really like that for him. But it ended up in my feed and I'm like, wait a second, he's doing YouTube? What? What? Oh, that's actually quite nice, huh? I've never played Satisfactory, So I'm more than willing to collab on that. Although part of my fears is that it's going to be a stream of me constantly failing. Oh. I cut that a little too much apparently. I also was thinking about like a game like Satisfactory could be really fun to play with someone who's actually experienced, and then like have them be on the stream with me and just have them watch me failing and like help out if I really get stuck, so that it keeps being entertaining content. I've watched that a lot with like people being introduced to Warframe, that they just like invite a bunch of friends in to basically backseat them. Kinda neat. Oh, that's not how you're supposed to finish, but okay. We have completed Group B. Also, my legs hurt. I did leg day yesterday, I did legs today. Ah. Oh, God. Ow. Ah, yes, the tri-reeler. The little monkey. Oh, that's very aggressively cool. Ah, Group S. Das Eisenhower? Ah, yes, it's the S7. Oh. The Uli Bozu. The Il Gorilla E1. IS 405. Das Superbaus. Wait, there's a double spoiler. More downforce. More downforce per downforce. Anyways, I apparently have two things to do. One is to copy Losada's message into a to-do list so I don't forget. The second thing is Why is there liquor talk going on while I'm streaming? That's fine. Not bad liquor talk, good. Discord is behaving. Hello, Mr. Braga. Hello. Also, someone redeemed hydrate, so time to hydrate now. And trying to do a stretchy. Oh yeah, it's only like a lot of endo, you know? An all-wheel drive Mazda. Okay. And with the fucking 787B engine in it? Okay, what? Why? What the fuck? And then we have a turbocharged inline 4. And then we have that guy, which I like this one. But we just drove that basically. We have that. This one has the weird livery. And we don't have those unlocked. You know, I want to hear the rotary engine. Fuck it. Give me rotary. This is what if Rugby never stopped to exist. I do miss like a Group B and Can-Am racing and stuff like that because there are loose regulations, but also I am glad that the safety has improved a lot because that's kind of important, you know, having good safety. God, that engine sounds fantastic, holy shit. I still find it funny that in Gran Turismo 7, you can put a 787B engine into a Miata. I has my MX-5 with a Mazda 787B engine in it that you can turbocharge. Oh, that's fun. Way too much power on the wheels and the transmission though. Like, holy shit. It's important to have good safety, therefore we're playing a game where the safety doesn't exist. That's the premise of this game. What if the rules never changed to become safer? What if they just became more and more crazy? So Group B was an actual class that existed, and then this was the natural follow-up of like Group S, which never came to be because there were too many people who died, both spectators and drivers, which, you know, fair enough. We don't like people dying. Makes me sad that people die. Why is what word profanity, Dargun? I am very confused. Who is saying that's profanity? I didn't get anything. All the mod didn't get any messages, so I'm very confused. Oh, Gothic people. I find that funny because to me it's not filtered at all, so I'm very confused. Like to me it just says loser. Maybe your settings are fucked. That's a fucked up stage to make pace notes for. Holy shit. And you have, I guess, client-side censorship. Cool. And this is a short stage, but it has so many tight corners. It's just left, right, left, right, left, right all the time. So you better read fast. I wouldn't be able to do it. I would just stumble over my words and make the driver crash. When they say don't cut, that's when you should cut, right? Oh boy. Ah, go. Cool. My eyes are a little dry today. Right. Nice. 50% on the leaderboard, but still 20 seconds behind the record. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Jesus. People that are up here are fucking insane. Good luck with work, Awawa. Also, ad break coming up in 10 seconds. So goodbye anyone that is not subscribed for 3 minutes. Oh my god, you only have... Oh no, my model crashed. How long has my model been static for? Or did I... Huh? Oh. I see what's going on. Due to poor performance. Okay, this specific map is like eating my GPU alive because of the lighting. That's fine. Cool. Nope. Hello, stream alert. I think I broke something. There we go. Thank you so much, Darkoon! 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 And now we know that people need to refresh the page to be able to skip ads. Yeah, the model is lagging a little bit here, I see. But yeah, Vector, I might hit you up on that. It depends on if you're willing to be on stream or not, obviously. Like with your voice. But also I'm not sure if Satisfactory is the game I want to play in the near future or something for more the distant future. Because there's so many games I want to play that it becomes a bit difficult to decide where I want to take things. We almost finished Duck Off. We are about halfway into Art of Rally already. So there is some slots that's free up to play more games. I mean, I could drag you both along, I guess, but then time zones might be an issue. Aurora, do you just play a normal... Do you work a normal 9 to 5 job? With the weekends off or not? Okay, so... I just got an achievement. Spent 5 minutes airborne total. Cool. But yeah, depending on when Vector has time, we could maybe drag both of you along and make it even more chaos. I know that Vector has a less consistent schedule usually, so we can figure that out in terms of like when it works for you guys. And now my model works fine again because no more lag. Sunset is just intense on the graphics, Jesus. Somehow that's, I think, less hours than I got in Prison Architect. If you need a Prison Architect expert, I'm your guy. I don't want to know how much time I spent in Unity recently, though, Jesus. I decided, by the way, to not do the head expression stuff and whatnot on stream, because I realized I need to set up Twitch integration for it, so you guys will see my login credentials, but also I probably have to watch a bunch of tutorials, and I guess you guys can watch those with me, so that's not as big of an issue, but I needed a bit of energy. I couldn't just sit around doing tutorials, because I would just end up in rage mode most likely, because holy shit is it frustrating to battle Unity. I'm slowly getting the hang of Unity, but holy fucking shit. Also, you guys might get to anvil me at some point as well because of it, because I think that the integration also has an anvils option. So instead of piping me, you can anvil me. And then an anvil will drop on my model and squish me. With physics. Or you can pie me in the face. I love the sound of this rotary, but like, I'm gonna try to see if we can get a more aggressive sounding car. Can we get a V8 or something? For the next set of stages. I will be honest, Dargoon, I never got into Destiny 2 because I was a Destiny 1 player. And so Destiny 2 became a... Well, I now need to get a new game and do old things, and the quality went backwards because they got taken over by Xbone and stuff. So it's just like, nah. I will forgo doing Destiny, and I'm so glad I did because... honestly, I didn't like how grindy it got. It's like the worst kind of grindy. But you felt like you had to, because otherwise you were missing out on things. And then Bungie bought itself out, right? That was standalone studio, and it's like, oh, that's great. Only to then be taken over by Sony, like you mentioned. Like, I don't like EA, Sony, Microsoft, Activision Blizzard. Like, I don't wish for them to own all the companies. Like, it's kind of boring. Like, we can get better quality. Like, before, when Helldivers 2 came out initially, Sony was good, and ever since then, it got worse and worse because they were bringing out the PlayStation exclusives to Steam, and they were doing a lot of good stuff. And then, yes, PlayStation Plus is required for all the games. It wasn't just Helldivers. You needed to play God of War. You needed it to play literally offline games. And it's like, what? So they got rid of the requirement, but then they still region locked it for some god-awful reason. At least nowadays you can play it again in Vatican City. So the Pope can play Helldivers now. But for the longest time the Pope couldn't play Helldivers. You know? Because Sony decided that the Pope wasn't worthy of playing Helldivers because he can't make a PlayStation account. And ever since then they also cancelled some of the exclusives that were coming to Steam because, Steam is releasing a console, so they will be our direct competition, therefore we're not willing to give them our IPs. Like, what? Why? I'm glad that the PlayStation requirement isn't there anymore, but now they're just not releasing anything. Also, the PlayStation requirement was there to have a PlayStation account because they needed to sell it to stockholders of like, yeah, it's a good investment. Look at how many people have PlayStation accounts, and I'm like, PlayStation accounts doesn't translate into raw sales, my dude. And if you make shitty PC ports, no one is gonna buy your games. Oh no, they specifically gave Steam is releasing their own console now, so that was their excuse. It's not their actual reason, that's the public reason. Likely the actual reason behind it is way more nefarious. And so people don't trust Sony because they are lying actively to our face. And they keep backstabbing us, so like, what? And then I'm stuck here with my PlayStation 5, which is a good console, and I'm like, you guys have a good console, you guys have very good games. People will get the console. I have the console not for reasons of it having exclusive games. I have the console because I liked PlayStation at the time when the console came out. I like having a PlayStation, a separate console to play games on. It's just something I enjoy doing. Yes, I like playing games on computer, but sometimes I like a dedicated thing to do thing with. It's the same thing with the Switch. Why is the Switch so good, or the Steam Deck? Because it's a dedicated handheld to play games on, so it's like detached from your computer, and that's a good thing to me. Like, let me detach my experience from my computer, because I do so much on my computer already that sometimes, yeah, I don't want to be on my computer. But if the only option is Sony or Nintendo, which both of those suck, or Steam Deck, which is effectively just everything I have on my computer, but also very expensive, then I will just stick with my computer. I have a Nintendo Switch. I don't have a Switch 2. I would like a Switch 2 for Pokopia, but I'm not spending that much money on a Nintendo Switch just for Pokopia. I'm not getting a console for a singular exclusive game, for fuck's sake. Because that's just not worth it to me. And I don't play enough other games. Like on PlayStation, I play enough other games that it's worth paying for. At the time, at least. Because console optimization is better sometimes. But for Nintendo, nah, thanks. Ah, yes, there's one game you would get a console for, that's valid. Also, something to consider is that yes, all these exclusive games that used to be available on like Nintendo and PlayStation and Xbox, they are now all emulatable. Hell, Switch 1 games you can emulate now. So what's the point of paying for something when I can play it on the platform of choice to begin with? Like, yeah, I don't like piracy, but it is a reason why some people don't pay, is they just wait until it's available on their platform of choice. And if you don't give a paid option, they will pirate. That's how that works. Like it or not, that's how... But the game industry doesn't think about that. Hell, that's the reason why it's good for a game to have regional pricing in Brazil, because if you make a game in Brazil too expensive, people can't afford to get it. Like, yeah, it's all well and good that you make a very nice game and sell it for like 50 euros here in the Netherlands, but a Brazilian can't spend literally half their months of salary on a game. So you need to reduce their pricing, and then you can get a lot of revenue from Brazil for doing that, which is really cool. And some indie devs have like half the revenue from just Brazil because they gave the lower pricing, so people don't pirate the games, they actually pay for the games. What a concept. That doesn't count as finishing. Okay, cool. Yeah, actually, actually, very cool thing that's happening right now. Stop Killing Games got invited to California Congress, where they are trying to pass a law now that would require all games to be available after the servers get put offline. Which is really cool. So either... Oh god. Sunset time, my model's freaking out. Maybe I should change this real quick. Let's see. I can do... I will do it like that. That should be good enough for tracking. Making a game available offline when it's an always online game is not that difficult. And most of the games that do it are AAA games. They have the dev budgets to do it. And what they're gonna do, not release a game in California? Like, it's already being looked at inside of the EU. But if it also passes inside of the US, that will be a massive thing for us gamers. I can't see. Oh. I mean, it's cool that, but you already paid for the thing, so why do you need to pay extra to unlock it? It's the same thing with phones. Like, if I buy a phone, I don't want it to be locked to a single provider, thanks. In the Netherlands, that's actually illegal. Every phone comes unlocked. You can put any SIM card in it you want. But in the US, it's still legal to lock someone's smartphone. So if you get a phone through T-Mobile, you need to pay to unlock it. Like, why? I already paid for the thing. But I don't think that this kind of stuff is gonna reduce the amount of online games. It's just gonna remove the always online aspect like you had with the crew. Because some games don't require servers to operate, they can be locally hosted. Like, I don't need a big lobby for, like, if you want to have a Battlefield lobby, you can just host your own. You don't need to use the DICE server. Call of Duty is just locally hosted by someone. If you want, well, something like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy can be locally hosted. Everything can be locally hosted. And if that's a issue for the dev, then I don't see that as a good thing. Like, what's the point in having a game that I cannot play in a few years? Yes, people paid for High Guard and the game is now offline within 3 months of it releasing. Oh no. Luckily they did provide refunds if I recall correctly, but like, what if they didn't? They weren't legally obligated to. Same with a lot of other games where, like, if you pay for it, you should have access to it. Let me host my own game, let me play it single player. Why does a game that is a single player game to begin with have to be always online? And then when they take down the servers, I can never play it again. Why can I not play NBA 2K23, for example? Because it took down the server, so half of the functionality is down, but I can still play some of it. I can still play the career mode, I can still play the GM mode, so I don't have to buy the new game if I enjoy those game modes. But back in the day, like with FIFA, the FIFA server stayed online for like 5 to 10 years, it didn't cost them many resources. I think High Guard was meant to fail as a game, because of the unfair hype that it got. from the game trailer that it received during the Game Awards. Yes, the final game trailer was high guard because the guy that is in charge of the Game Awards liked it. And then a lot of people started hating the game, so due to all the hate, it just wasn't meant to succeed, and that's really unfair to the game because I don't think it was a bad game. But there was so much hype and expectations behind it that it became an impossible thing, basically. And that's unfortunate. Also, I will be honest, I'm kind of glad that Deadlock is still around. That Valve is like, yeah, we released it early. Basically in early access, and it's gonna be in beta for forever, right? Let's try this car now. Yeah, I think that it being the last game during the Game Awards doomed it to fail, basically. It's just... normally you have to pay for that slot, and it's like one of the biggest industry games. But it just got given to them, but everyone was like, oh, it's the last game, so it must be a really good game. Oh my goodness. And so they were very critical of it, even though it was a good game, it just was not ideal at the start. And it didn't give them time to fix anything. It's honestly why I like games releasing in early access in one way or another. Like, Battlefield always does the open beta these days with like, yes, let's try out a game, free to play for everyone, and see how people like it and tweak the things that people don't like. Because then people are critical during the beta, but they're critical at like how the game can improve, instead of critical being like, look at how trash this game is. I don't know. I think that would be good for the game industry to try more often, to not just try to rush the game out of development. Also, something else. Want to know something very funny actually about GTA? So here's something funny about GTA right now. GTA 6 is going to lose Rockstar money. Because they're making so much money from GTA Online and GTA 5, it's going to dry out the player base in GTA 5 Online, so they are not going to be selling as much microtransactions. If at all, like, everyone's going to go to 6, but because 6 is a single player focused game at first, everyone's going to be playing single player. And also, because of the reduction in players in 5, it's going to reduce the player base even more in 5. And then you get all the people that play 6 for the story and stuff. They are not just going to GTA Online right away. They're gonna play the story for hundreds of hours and then go to GTA Online. And GTA Online won't have as much content as GTA 5 had, so there's not as much reasons to get shark cards. So people will not be spending as much money, and therefore I'm having a giggle. I'm gonna... you got auto-modded, 1 second. That's very funny. Just for saying bite you in the arse. In the arse is scummy language, apparently. It's sex-based terms. biting someone in the arse is sex-based terms according to Ultimate. Fantastic. But yeah, GTA 6 is going to lose Rockstar money, so they're actually incentivized to keep delaying it. And also they're probably gonna release it at a €100 and 100 USD price point instead of at the standard 70 price point, which is already high because people like their games to be closer to 50. So it's like, it's going to be such a seismic shift in the game industry, and it's going to be so controversial, and it's going to potentially lose them a lot of money, that it's like a triple whammy, really. It might actually just crash the game industry in the way we actually want it to. Also, let me restart the game because I think there's a slight memory leak at this point that's causing performance issues. It doesn't hurt to restart the game anyways. Bada. I think that's the reason I had to GTA 5. I played it with friends, I liked the story. It was a fun game. I then didn't get it anywhere else. The only reason I ended up playing it on PC is because it was available for free at some point. That's honestly it. It became a live service game. And that's why they could give it away for free, because people would spend money on it. Good luck at work, Drake. I have never actually heard of extra credits, but I do think that it wasn't the only group that was saying that base pricing should increase. And I think that's something important to think about, is that games nowadays are rated by how long you play them as well. And that's also a big problem. Like a good 10-hour game or a good 5-hour game, like a game like It Takes Two is really fantastic. It was a cheaper price point, only one person had to buy it while the other could play with it. And it's like same with some of the other co-op the split co-op games. Like, it shows that you don't have to have an expensive game to succeed, or a game that takes a long time. Obscure Expedition 33 showed that you could release a game at $50 and be successful. You didn't need a big publisher behind it. You didn't need to get all the money you could suck out of it, because people will love it. I think Baldur's Gate 3 also released at $60 at some point. And yeah, Cinderfolk is also that way, with just, you need one person to own it, and then everyone else can play it along with their phone or with their computer or whatever. I don't know exactly. And then also the big influx of the amount of games that have digital deluxe editions. Ah yes, Day 1 DLC, my favorite. I miss the time of collector's editions, where you would buy the collector's edition and you got like this big physical thing with it. That's really cool. I actually got the collector's edition for GTA 5, and it came with a UV map, like a map of the GTA world that if you hold a UV light to it, you can see all the collectibles. That was cool as fuck. It also came in the metal box. I love the metal boxes. It's like my favorite thing to collect as a child. And now it's just, ah yes, digital deluxe edition. I don't get a nice box anymore. Everything is digital, which I don't mind things being digital. I personally enjoy digital stuff because it's disability friendly. I struggle dealing with discs sometimes because of my fine motor issues. And so I am very afraid of breaking them by accident or scratching them. I've scratched some CDs before and it's just like, oh, I guess I can't play the game anymore. But it also definitely got me away from playing on consoles because, like, I can do the same thing on Steam. Steam has better sales on average, has better prices on average than consoles, has more frequent sales on average than consoles, and also has a wishlist system, so I can wishlist something and see it on sale instead of needing to use a third-party app to see if a game goes on sale, like I have to do on PlayStation. The reason I got Gran Turismo 7 on PlayStation is because I had to, like, get emailed by a third-party app being like, oh yeah, Gran Turismo is 50% off, thanks. And I bought it. That's 50% off. It's a really good game. It's a fantastic game. But also, I'm not willing to pay the standard price for it because it's so expensive. And because everything is digital, they don't have an incentive to put on sales, because if you have 100 physical discs laying around, you won't sell them. So you put them on sale in a physical store, but online there is no limit. So there's literally no production cost or acquiring cost related to it. So there's less incentives for big companies to put sales on. It's the reason Nintendo rarely does sales. I don't think I've ever seen a good Nintendo sale, actually. And Nintendo is one of the few consoles I still get the physical cartridge for because of that. Because I can actually get good quality. But then I run into the issue. I'm Dutch. I'm in the Netherlands. Half the fucking game cartridges are in Dutch. Can I get my English game cartridge? Oh yeah, I can, but I have to pay like an exorbitant amount of extra money for it. Thanks. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't have... I just refused to spend money on Destiny 2. I just gave up on it. What is Bungie's new game anyways? Isn't it that open world game? Like the open world extraction shooter thingy? high. It's not high guard. I really forgot the name. Yeah, marathon. Well, I don't know. Marathon doesn't appeal to me. Arc Raiders doesn't appeal to me. It appeals to a mass audience though, so therefore that's what they focus on because it makes the money. Yippee. I think I like Arc Raiders more than Marathon because Arc Raiders people actually work together. It's not just competitive. The best option isn't always to kill someone, basically. And if I want to play a sweaty shooter that is like with multiple teams, I would just play Hunt Showdown or I would just play PUBG, because at least the time to kill is low in those games. I don't like high time to kill games either when it comes to PvP, if I am. Like, it's what made me enjoy Valorant a lot when I used to play Valorant, because, oh, I can just one-tap someone in the head if I have the right gun. Actual skill-based matchmaking. Hunt Showdown is an anxiety fest. And a fun game. I haven't touched it in so long. I used to play it in the open beta when it was still relatively new, and then all the sweats got into the game and they were very slow to update the game, so all the really good snipers just won every game effectively. Then the gaming group I was playing with fell apart, so I just never got back into it. Aurora, if you want, you can also pull me up on YouTube. YouTube tends to be a little bit more optimized when it comes to like data and stuff. Twitch is a bit data hungry. Also, the benefit of me streaming on YouTube now is that I don't have to upload the VOD later. It just auto-uploads. So that's the main reason to do it, so the VOD is just always available. I remember when Call of Duty made a remaster of Modern Warfare 2. So Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 was one of their original like PlayStation 3, Xbox 360 games during the height of the console era. And they released the game without multiplayer, only with single player, and it was a massive success. People really enjoyed replaying the campaign, and it made them actually consider putting back the single player mode.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
You know, single player modes back into the game, in the modern games, that is, and that made me really happy. Like, I do think that having a single... it's also something that Overwatch fucked up a little bit with the promise of a co-op campaign. I will hydrate at the end of the stage, Vector, and so will I stretch for Helenon at the end of the stage. I also need to, I think, redo my recording real quick because there are some frame drop issues right now. Which the restart of the game didn't resolve, apparently. Welcome back. I can't read the YouTube chat, rippies. Because I fucked it up. Ah. Let me... I'm glad it's working better for you. Me. Also, I love how you switched accounts. Anyways. Wata? Oh, I know what was fucking up my... I need to test something now. Cool. Yeah, I have a stretchy for the Helenon. Hi, Helenon. You got your stretch. Oh, God.
Blizzard, blizzard, blizzard,
Nice.
blizzard, blizzard. Blizzard, 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 blizzard.
You guys all teleported to the other chat. Good job, though. The chat I cannot see. Because I fucked up my settings. Good job, guys. Okay, 1 second. Give me... I do need to do this call. Filters, turn off the filter, turn back on the filter. There we go. That should be better. Ah! I'm stupid. There we go. Well. Nope. Good job. Something about this map is just frame rate eating. I mean, it is a very pretty big map, so that makes sense. I only have one YouTube account, guys. Why do you need a second YouTube account? I guess for 2 different algorithms. One is the one that you can use around your friends, and the other one is the one that you can use in your bedroom. That has like the most autistic facts on them, right? The cool Minuteman short videos about history and the History of Nothing podcast, and you know. I am glad that I managed to set up a YouTube channel before it was cool, because it meant that I have like a bit of legacy control over the account that isn't directly linked to my what's it called, to my name and stuff. Okay, it's 2 minutes. 2 minutes until the bot is supposed to bot. It's probably not gonna work, is it? No, in my luck, it never fucking works. Wavy hair. Oh god, this new hairstyle is so cool though. I'm really liking it. Very fluffy. But yeah, it's easier for me to keep track of Twitch chat, so if you guys can talk in Twitch chat, that would be great. But if you have to use YouTube, obviously you can use YouTube. It's the reason it's available. I just need to fix things for that. Hey, you wanted to take the crown off. That's rude. Wow. Oh my god, it's Russian. Okay, I kind of want to try this thing. God, this engine is aggressive. Holy shit. You will go back to Twitch when you're on Wi-Fi, yeah. Phones don't always like Twitch, I've noticed. Because if you have poor connection, then this doesn't work. The bot worked? What? I can't believe it. What did it do yesterday? It just had a nap or something, I guess. Wait. I know what's going on potentially. Is it only posting the shorts that are actually shorter than a minute and thinking that any shorts that are longer than a minute aren't shorts? Because the seagull rent was slightly longer than a minute. Are you kidding me? That would be incredibly funny if that's the reason why it works sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't. Well, the benefit is I'm now live streaming, so I don't have to upload the vault, right? So... Oh god. The bot might be programmed when the original short format was only a minute on YouTube and they extended it to 3 minutes. So it just doesn't recognize it as a short. You know, I can't blame you for that. Something that sometimes happens when, like, Frey and I watch an F1 race, and the F1 race is kind of boring. I just fall asleep listening to the engine noises in the commentary. It's kind of funky how that works. There's something weirdly soothing about it. I'm not sure if you're actually serious or if you're joking, Akemir. But if that's actually why, that's kind of incredible. Oh god. Let me do something real quick with VR chat while the ad is playing. You guys can hear the bip bip bop bop. If that's real, then that's kind of neat. I don't know what's happening, but something about Art of Rally is just very unhinged right now. Like the frames are starting to drop more and more. And I restarted it. I restarted the recording. OBS is not using any additional GPU. My model is fine. So where is it going? Who is eating my memory? Who is eating my VRAM? I have Chrome, yes. So maybe I should just close and open Chrome again. Because Chrome is the smoothest place for me to have my Twitch chat on. Or maybe I should switch to Firefox for my Twitch chat. Because it's less resource intensive. But I don't know, man. I'm sorry, Aurora. Oh, I could so close that, open Chrome again. And then press this button. Yeah, there we go. Of course you're killing crowds in here, that's standard in Art of Rally. Oh god, the frames. Why are frames dropping? I am on the limit of my GPU. My GPU isn't happy. No! Also, god damn, why am I struggling so much all of a sudden? I'm currently using a 3070, so an upgrade probably wouldn't hurt right now. But it's just expensive. Everything is bloody expensive. If I do upgrade, I can toss this one into a second computer. If you're gonna give me a 1590, I have to come fly over and smack you in the face. Unfortunately, Nvidia is way better than AMD for exactly what I need. Lazada, you live in slapping range as well, don't worry. I have a 3070 Nvidia card. It's a gigabyte version, 8 gigabytes of VRAM, so not much VRAM unfortunately. But the problem is that AMD's encoding on Linux while playing games, and AMD's encoding for recording software isn't as good as Nvidia. So for both recording reasons and potentially switching to Linux reasons, I would want an Nvidia card. I mean, Lazada, you do slap. Doesn't mean I can't try. Also, Aurora, I know you live halfway across the world, but I can slap you and Lazada in the same trip, don't worry. Oh boy. Ah yes, 40 FPS, cool. We're dropping frames left. Why did the game run so good earlier and not now? What's going on? I don't know, man. I know Linux landscape is constantly changing. The problem is that AMD doesn't make their information publicly available, and therefore it becomes a really big issue. Like, it's very difficult to program that shit because Nvidia is actively working together with companies to have Linux work, while AMD isn't. Like, SteamOS is gonna be very promising with AMD drivers though, so this gonna be, it is potentially changing, but I don't know. I need to lower the graphics, I think, because just stuttering. Unless it's not a GPU issue and it's a CPU issue. That's also possible, but I don't think it is. Or it is a RAM issue, that's also possible. Yippee! Everything can be fucked. Also, they're going, you're not getting slapped, you're getting hugged. Because everything is upside down in Australia, so it is the opposite. Why? What did you do to have your wife confiscate your credit card? Were you a bad boy? Were you a bad car? Oh no. I'm just quietly spectating the chaos in chat. Something is. Wait, what? Oh, dear God. Why? Okay, so the highest setting just is not performing well anymore. It's very weird to suddenly have performance issues out of nowhere. It has happened last time as well, the longer I streamed for. So I don't know if it's a VR chat issue, I don't know if it's a... Wait. Hold up. What is this set to? Oh. How about I don't stream myself in 2K on... That would help. You know? That would help. Oh god, I was streaming it in 2K, which is fine if I'm full screen, but it's not necessary for most of the time. Also, I'm limited to 180p on anyway, so why? Why would I do this to myself? That cleared up some resources. Art of Value is still dying. CPU is still dying to a certain extent, but that looks better now. Goodbye, Aurora. Good luck at the workies. If I go to high now, does it work? It is smoother now. Except for when it isn't cool. Holy shit, that's bad. I think I'm restarting the game again because it seems like every time I change my graphics settings, it also causes a small memory leak. There's a bit of an issue. Absolute scuff. At this point, having a better graphics card or a second computer in general, it would be important. What the fuck? I don't want to do that, but if it's necessary, it's necessary. What the fuck? Also, let me fix this up. And I forgot to put my clock back. There we go, clock. Let's see if the performance is better now. If it's not, we will just have to play on lower settings, but it should be fine now. Oh yeah, that's smooth now, cool. That's a rock. Oh, hello Australian flag. Nice to see you. And before it's the New Zealand flag and I'm just offended Dargoon. Also, I love the tanks. Yeah, it seems like the performance is back to where it's supposed to be good. It's also possible that every time I tab out it causes issues. And that it just slowly causes more and more bullshit. Because it's using the same amount of GPU as it was before, it isn't changed any. So I don't know what the issue was. That's so confusing. I know, Vector. I'm playing on full screen mode because borderless full screen had worse performance. That was already something I found out last stream. It was kind of fucked. I definitely think it's a memory leak issue, just some poor optimization of the game. Because it literally has no... Yeah, it's using less GPU now than it was before. Even though it's the same conditions as previously. So, yeah, cool. So just restart the game occasionally, I guess. And try to avoid tabbing out. Also, apparently the tracking software automatically changes quality depending on computer performance. So that's why sometimes the tracking kind of can be off. So I changed it to just be balanced quality. It seems to be a little more consistent now. That's also nice. I would like to run the best quality, but that is a really big CPU hit. And it doesn't like that. Maybe that's a goal for this year, to just upgrade my PC. Just get it. And get new components, get new CPU, get new GPU. get more RAM if I can find affordable RAM that isn't shit. My motherboard is fine. A CPU fan is fine. I don't really need to change much. Just the big components, basically. Yeah, it is a bad time for that. Having a good power supply is everything. That's the only thing I spent a bit extra on last time. So it's like, if I upgrade, my power supply is already future-proofed. Although if I do end up getting like a 5080 or 5090, I'm not sure if it's good enough for that, but something like a 5070 could be fine. I never go into the 80s or 90s series usually. I guess very pricey and power hungry, but maybe with my streaming career it's something I will have to invest into. Dirt. It's kind of wild that not more that there's not more USB-C ports on computers these days. Like, we really should have more of that. Yeah, you are running something significantly more powerful than me in terms of graphics cards, and I'm getting by just fine with this even at this point, so long as I'm not playing fuck off powerful games, obviously. Which I tend to not play to begin with, so eh. How much RAM do you have currently? I only have 16. 2 times 16? I have 2 times 16, yeah, I have 32. Yeah, the more I mess with my model, the less optimized it is, so the more CPU hungry it's getting. Which is fine for now, but the more I add, the more toggles I add, the more things I add, the worse it will get. Yeah, I have DDR4 RAM. I'm not very concerned about getting DDR5 because the pricing right now. But it would be nice if both of us could get like 64 gigs ultimately. But we will make do for now. Yeah, I figured that you got it before the price hike. So it's, you know, doesn't hurt. I don't actually know much technically about the difference between DDR4 and DDR5 other than DDR5 is more optimized and faster, I think. Some nerd can autistically talk about what the difference is in chat. But also, like a graphics card already has DDR6, I think, or DDR7 nowadays in the modern ones. Like that's even more optimized. Unless it's a completely different spec of things, and that makes it even more confusing. Yeah, DDR4 is... I had an opportunity to buy it below market price, like below normal market price, not even below inflated market price, and I forgot to buy it, and now I don't have the chance to buy it again. I should check the prices again, see if it's on sale again, but I doubt it will ever go on sale again like that. It was literally for sale cheaper than that I got my original RAM for, which is like crazy for the same speeds and the same specifications and everything. So I could have just slotted that in, had 64. Ah, GDR, not DDR. GDDR. That's a rock. As yeah, right now my model is actually consuming more CPU than my game, and at times it's even more more CPU hungry than OBS in the game combined. I love models. Models are great, but also, holy shit, are they CPU hungry? And jump. Oh, more rock. As the crowd is just blocking the view of rock. Tell it. As a user of a 2K monitor and having seen the switch between a 2K monitor and a 1080p monitor, I can tell you it's a big of a difference. But from 2K to 4K is definitely less of a step up. It's like going from 144 Hz to 240 Hz. It becomes less noticeable the further you go at that point. So I don't think it's overrated with cinematic games. I think it's very cool in cinematic games, but other games it doesn't really matter as much. Because you care for performance more than you care for graphical fidelity in like 50% of the games most people play. Like Fortnite, you turn your fucking graphics to minimum, because then there's no bushes hiding the enemies. You know? So yeah. I love my 4K TV. It's great. But, yeah, just movies. Don't need anything else. The Russian mobile with the double wing. Oh, it's fucking... It's a fucking Lada, isn't it? I just realized. God, it's screaming at me. Yeah, Clair Obscur is like such a cinematic game. That makes sense. Upscaling is like good up until a point, basically. I don't think it's useful for everything. I like the games that like upscale parts that aren't as important, but like actually properly generate the graphics that are important, so that like the background is like upscaled, so you don't really notice it, but like the foreground is actually rendered in 4K.
Hydrant, you bastard! Hydrant!
Sure. We hydrate in this household. I will be honest, Factor. It's not the marketing departments that are shoving it down our throats. I say this as someone who worked in marketing. We are told what to do. We know what is good for the consumer and what will make consumers actually do things. This is not it. As someone who worked in marketing, I know how companies want us to just do whatever they want. They don't listen to our actual ideas. And it's all about cost cutting and maximizing profits and whatnot. But it's not. We don't focus anymore on customer retention during our advertising campaigns. So it's really sad to work in marketing these days, because we don't actually get to focus on the things that matter. We get to focus on whatever the company wants to focus on, basically, and it's upsetting, to say the least. It's the reason why, if you want to have a good marketing job these days, you want to sell the idea of who you are and how you think, instead of just giving a resume. Because the best companies, marketing-wise, are family-owned companies. Out of the last 5 awards for best marketing campaigns, 4 of which were family-owned businesses that weren't concerned about maximizing profits. They actually let the marketing team do their marketing thing. One of those was Specsavers, who made very funny commercials about how people basically just couldn't see properly and kept making mistakes, and it's just very funny and silly, and it's a very effective marketing campaign, because it's not, oh, you should buy our product, it's the, oh, I associate this brand with something funny. The only marketing campaign that wasn't family owned was Guinness, which Guinness is kind of a strange company in and of itself. It doesn't care as much about stockholders. It cares a lot more about this brand image, as like the the big Irish beer company, right? So their marketing team has to work within the constraints of like their brand perception, but not in terms of maximizing profits. It's the same thing for luxury brands like Louis Vuitton. Louis Vuitton doesn't have to really do advertisement because their product is the advertisement, right? But their products have so many limitations on designers as to how they can make them and what they can design them as and whatnot. And that's really good. That's how it should be. Because then you have a brand that's recognizable. It is its own thing, and that's fucking sick. Instead of these big companies that are like, yes, we should spend a fuck ton of money on an AI ad, and then everyone is upset about how scuffed the AI ad is. Hell, Pepsi did the thing of Coca-Cola was like, yes, let's make AI ads. So Pepsi was like, okay, let's make a 100% human-made ad stealing the Coca-Cola polar bear and air it out during the Super Bowl commercial. Pepsi is the brand of the people, Coca-Cola is the brand of the corporation. That's basically what it signaled. And PepsiCo has many flaws in of itself, but I'm way more willing to spend money on Pepsi products now than I am on Coca-Cola products because of something that simple. Marketing is everything. Knowing how to market is everything. So corporate demanding we do it a certain way as a marketing team it's just bad. It's the same thing with social media where corporate just wants us to make the number go up and have bigger numbers every time, which is not feasible, it's not possible. And also, a lot of the most successful marketing campaigns are long-term marketing campaigns, not short-term. And with everything being short-term profit-focused now, you can't go have a marketing campaign that's focused on representing a brand and like long-term prosperity. It all needs to be right here, right now, and it sucks. Yeah, corporations do take the AI pill and it is making them short-term profit, but long-term consumers don't want it. Look at how many people are against Copilot being shoved down our throats inside of Windows. That's not just us furries that like our art. That's also just the general consumer. They hate it. Yes, something like ChatGPT has novelty and has its uses. But if you actually look at ChatGPT as a concept, it's basically a software that steals information from places and has been getting used to plagiarize. Yes, let me do my school essay with ChatGPT instead of doing it myself. Oh god, that's a lot of text that I can't read right now because corners. It's fine to text while I just can't read while I'm driving and nearly crushing. Also, being okay with losing current users that have been loyal to your brand for decades only to drive in new users is a terrible idea as a corporate strategy. You want brand loyalty ultimately, because those new users will just go off to the next company that presents something better ultimately. So even if it's very good AI, someone will develop something better. Also, it sometimes depends on how big of a company you're part of to know if you can influence things. Like, as a marketing person, I was able to have a lot of influence doing marketing for individuals, obviously, because I could explain why it was bad marketing strategy and why it's better to do this and this and this. But working for corporations, it's like an uphill battle. You can't, you just get fired for having ideas. So you're forced to focus on job security, ultimately. And that sucks. Because you are more replaceable as a marketing person. It's also one of the reasons why something that corporate tends to forget is that psychology is like one of the biggest aspects in marketing. Like knowing what makes people tick and knowing how to like get to them is so important. A marketing person being the CEO of a company is probably way more successful than having some tech pro leading the company, because a marketing person doesn't just think, let's make number go up. They also don't have like a vision of how to like improve the software, so they will actually listen to the engineers below them. But a marketing person also has like an idea of how to make the company continue to become bigger and better and actually have brand loyalty and actually be good for the people. Because someone that is doing marketing doesn't just look at the short term, they also have a way better long-term vision. The best example I remember is the doorman at a hotel, right? A doorman, you pay them in a very expensive city. You might pay them up to like 6 figures a year. So what do? They open the door, right? So you can just replace them with automated doors. That's a cost cut measure of 100,000 on a spreadsheet. That sounds amazing to people trying to cost cut. Want to know what it doesn't do? Oh, the doorman knows the people that come over. They open the door of the taxi for them and like know them by name, the regular customers by name. They prevent homeless people from like loitering around the entrance of the building. So it's not just opening the door, it also provides security, it also provides customer service. There's a lot more that comes with it that adds value to your company. If you don't have the doorman anymore, surprise, surprise, people will not have this iconic thing of, oh, I come to the hotel and this nice lady or gentleman is taking my luggage and knows my name, and every time I come back they are very sweet. Sometimes they have like a piece of chocolate for me even, because they know I like this type of chocolate. And instead you come to a hotel and you see a bunch of homeless people drinking at the door. You're not going to that hotel anymore. You're going to a different hotel at that point. And that's not something that you can justify on a spreadsheet. It's the same thing with the value of marketing. Marketing isn't a thing you can put on a spreadsheet, which is why a lot of companies see marketing as a cost, but there's this concept, and it's an Austrian concept about marketing, one of the universities there has this concept of marketing isn't a cost, it's a necessary expense. Just like utilities are a necessary expense, just like your programmer is a necessary expense to make the program that you make your money off of. Necessary expenses aren't costs, they are investments to make more money. And so yeah, you can cut your costs in the marketing department and spend way less money on marketing, but you're actively losing revenue and actively using customer acquisition value, and that's not something that you can put in a spreadsheet. There's the same thing with companies that have removed the phone number from the websites, right? I need to have customer service, and I get thrown into this. There's the search bar that I search something in, and I need to like navigate through a bunch of things to find a fucking phone number, if it's even there. You guys know how that is, right? The stupid phone number thing. Trying to find the damn phone number just to get customer service. I want to talk to a fucking human, not to a chatbot. Damn it. So, something that you don't know inside of a spreadsheet is that people that can phone in someone are more likely to stay customers long term for the company. So for example, for a hotel chain, this one guy owned a website for the hotel, and on average about 1 in 200 people that visited the website would book a hotel room. That is a very low number. He never removed the phone number for the customer service from the website, and this upset one of the people that was like in charge of things, and he explained it very simple. We have a 1 in 200 acquisition rate for anyone that visits our website. Anyone that actually goes through the effort to call us, we have a 1 in 5 acquisition rate of them booking a hotel room with us. 1 in 5 is an insane acquisition rate number. So people that actually go through the effort to call are more likely to be customers, especially if they get a good representative that actually helps them. Because the representative doesn't exist to have the person as short as possible on the phone. No, it's all about, let's have this person actually get help so they can pay us money. It's the same with customer like, oh, I need to return something and I need to like I want to be able to return something easily. Sometimes I have to talk to a representative to figure out what the defect is. And yes, there seems to be a memory leak issue in this game, because holy shit, that's laggy. Anyways, yeah, with marketing, that's something you actually look at, like, yes. And yes, I know, I went on a rant because this is like something I'm very passionate about. I love my marketing, I love my actual like good intent. Like what is good for the customer stuff. And that with AI and with 4K gaming and everything, it's like it goes away from that. It isn't about the customer experience anymore. I'm not mad, I'm excited, I'm energized, I'm feeling great. Stop being so apologetic about something that's positive, you silly Billy. the whole point of this being rally and chill is that I get to talk about things that I actually care about. It's nice when chat gives me topics that I enjoy talking about and can just fire off into the distance, being like, yeah, this is cool. Let me teach you about it. And why it's stupid that companies don't think that way about it. Oh god, lag. The fucking... It's the cherry tree. It's the cherry blossom, I swear. A cherry blossom is too powerful. But yeah, getting someone on the phone nowadays is so difficult. Anywhere where I can just call up and get someone on the phone immediately, I'm instantly a customer. I don't often get like luxurious meat, but there's this one butcher store that every time I went there, the guy gave me a discount and like excitedly talked to me about how to prepare the meat and everything and gave me suggestions. And we just had a good talk, and it's just like, yeah, I like you. And then I will come back and again and again and again. Also, I think he gave me a discount because he knew why I was getting stuff. Oh god, the game. Can you behave? Jesus Christ. But yeah, I like when people actually care about the customer. It's also why indie dev is like so good for me. Indie dev cares so much more about the actual experience than AAA, and I don't know, it's funny. How we live in a world of cost cutting, and I think that ultimately the cost cutting and the AI bubble combined are gonna cause a massive financial crisis. Because we are so focused on shareholder value and not on customer value. Make number big. And yeah. The layoffs are just cost cutting because companies are still making money. And that's why I don't have a fear of like AI replacing people, because AI doesn't replace people. It's just a stupid outlook from companies. Investments dried up in the AI bubble, and now OpenAI is not good for the for half of the global orders for RAM. Yes, they can't pay for half of the global supply of RAM, and well, their RAM prices are gonna go down now. In China, they are crushing way harder than they are here in Europe and the US. In China, they are panic selling because the margins on scalping are so low that it's losing a ton of scalpers a lot of money right now. And it's kind of funny to see. Which, by the way, fuck scalpers too. Should be illegal. Yeah, it is here too, I think. Also, yeah, the stupid people in charge ultimately think that AI can replace people, and that's ultimately the big problem. Because on some spreadsheet it says that it can reduce costs, right? And so the CEO is very excited about, look at how much money I have saved the company while we still make a lot of money. And so the shareholders are happy because they're making money. But they're not actually making money. They are making short-term gains for long-term losses. Because eventually stuff is gonna break. But Akamir, AI can vibe code for us so that Microsoft can lay off people from the Windows department so that the vibe coded code can be put into the Windows operating system and therefore cause kernel level errors inside of Windows. So therefore you should never update Windows right away if you can avoid it. Or the time that, what was that security company? That basically shut down half of the air infrastructure and everything. Because they vibe coded something wrong. Yeah, CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike, prime sponsor of Mercedes Formula 1 team, spending lots of money on putting their name out there, but meanwhile are cost-cutting galore. Imagine that. Yeah, I love my 1440p monitor as well. I understand that, Akamir, but also, like, it's great to have 6,000 pages of documentation to go through and then just have AI find the thing you're looking for. That's great. What's not great is the vibe coding. What's not great is lawyers using ChatGPT to find cases that happened without ever double checking whether the AI is hallucinating those cases that happened. So a lawyer could maybe say, oh yeah, in this case, on this date, this happened, and then they go into it and it's like, oh, that never actually happened. Which then becomes a malpractice case and you might get disbarred for it. You're welcome. I do hate the whole notion of like AI bad. Because AI has its merits, like you guys are saying, and like I've been saying. The problem is that AI has a lot of bad to it, ultimately. That is mostly the profit-driven side of AI. Because the best way to get profit out of AI is consumer-focused and not company-focused. I also think that there's the same issue now that there was with the .com bubble of like regulation is so behind on regulating it that there is some more issues. Just like Lasada said, it's not being ethically ran. Just like programming and hacking can be done for nefarious purposes, it is a criminal activity to do it for nefarious purposes, so therefore people don't do it as often. And we can do the same with AI. We can make things good and bad. We can make things punishable. Like the use of copyrighted content. That should be punishable, but it's not for some reason. Like there's so much public... there are so many public photos available that you could make a whole data set out of those publicly available photos, but no, we go to use copyrighted content to do our models instead, which is borderline illegal. I will be honest, if someone wants to train an AI on my voice, there is probably a price I'm willing to allow them to use it, like if they pay a certain price. But that's like there's where the line is. They have to pay for it. They can't just do it for no reason without actual like permission. Like it probably would come with the also a thing of like, hey, can I then also get access to the model so I can use it myself, you know? Not a terrible idea. I think that for a voice, they basically get to do whatever they want with it. I do think that $100,000 is too little, yeah. Because it's a lifetime of them being able to impersonate me with my voice. And make contact using my voice. So, that means that I have lower income potential in the future. And so it would require a significant amount of money, more than 100,000. Yeah. Like I love how we had the same train of thought of it being a lifetime deal, basically. So if it's $100,000, it would be $100,000 a year with adjustment for inflation, or a lump sum of like 10 million in one go, if not more. It would need to be a significant amount of money. Because consider that if I ever wanted to like do training on my voice to make like songs or whatnot, they could use my voice to make their own songs completely legally because I sold my rights to my voice. Yeah, 30 million might be better, but obviously it's something that I would have to put actual thought into if it was ever offered. And I'm likely to just by default decline it unless I know it's being used in some kind of ethical way, but very unlikely. If you have $30,000 and you put it on the S&P 500, the average growth of the S&P 500 is 8% over the last 50 years, so that includes economic crises and such. That means that you end up with a lump sum of, on average, 8% of 30 million is 24. So that will be 240,000 a year off of investments alone, which you need to pay tax over, obviously. But even if the economy has a downturn, you would still be able to take out like 100 to 150,000 a year with the thing still growing on average. So yeah, that would be a good number, because at 10 million you get closer to the 80,000 mark, which is a bit more risky because after inflation that could become not enough to live off for the rest of your life and you start chewing through the money. Speed. Hi, tired. I'm dad. Wait, I was supposed to get milk? I'm lactose intolerant. Why would I go out for milk, you dummy? If I'm leaving to get milk, that means I'm going away forever, you know? I come here, I know the joke, don't worry. Oh boy. Yeah, it's a reason why the Middle East has a lot of data centers and Europe doesn't. Because the laws are less stricter. And it's kind of fucked up that that's how it works. And the US, unfortunately, is one of the countries where the regulation is in favor of the AI companies, because regulators like AI companies because it makes them look good. Look at how much they did for the local economy. Smiley face. You also have the issue in the US of like states bidding against each other to get like big warehouses and big data centers, because it's for the local economy, so they get tax breaks too. Fun. Like that. Because why do we need to do anything in a non-nefarious way when we can't be nefarious about it? I'm conditioned to play racing games for like 12 hours straight, really. So, to me, this is like... This game is relatively easy and doesn't require as much concentration as some other racing games, so that does help as well. And yeah, I've just always loved these kinds of games. I've just played them a lot, so I got used to playing them a long time. Inside of actual real endurance racing, like there's a time limit of a maximum of 3 hours in a row you're allowed to drive. So that's 3 stints. A stint is usually about 60 to 65 minutes. There's a limit of how... Usually people don't do a triple stint, only double stints or single stints. And then you rotate out the driver for another driver. And meanwhile, I'm like, yes, let's just drive around for 6 hours straight, you know? I'm nowhere near done. We're still gonna be around for a while, don't worry. And then I will take off this evening and just chill. Okay, sounds good, Academia. Good luck at therapy. Oh, what? Oops. Oopsie. Oopsie boopsie. Playing Elite Dangerous for 24 hours straight, yeah. Oh. Vector, I have a curse thing. You reminded me, I need to make a new sound alert. But the do Max Verstappen, do Max Verstappen, that works in the exact same tone with my name. Skylar 0, Skylar 0. You're welcome. So that's a future sound alert that I'm gonna make. Because it's just too perfect. No, I don't. I will be honest. Max Verstappen has become a way nicer guy to follow. I really like Max as a person. He's like such a kind guy. He's great with his children. One of which isn't even his child, right? But like Penelope is such a sweet little kid, and Max takes good care of her, and now he has his own child as well, and he doesn't treat her any different despite having his own child now with his girlfriend. And I think that's amazing, and just off track he's really nice and he's really honest. On track he fights hard, I really like him as a guy, so I do root for him in that sense, but as like, who do I cheer for actually? I really like Williams' F1 team together with Albon and Sainz. I'm more of a Sainz fan than an Albon fan. Albon has been whining a bit too much, honestly. I don't like McLaren because fuck whatever they did to fuck over Piastri. I really like Piastri. Yeah, I also am kind of rooting for Hamilton to do well with Ferrari, even though I'm not the biggest Lewis fan. But he's also just a good guy. I think that's ultimately where I like or dislike drivers, is whether they're good people or not. Oh god. Yeah, there's a memory leak going on because I'm starting to get worse performance on lower graphics now. I like Hamilton, I like Leclerc, I hate Ferrari. Like, whatever they're doing, I fucking despise them. I feel very bad for anyone working there. So we got McLaren covered, fuck Zach Brown, fuck Norris, love PS3. We got Mercedes. Toto Wolff is a good guy that actually cares about his personnel and stuff. So I like them for that. Russell is okay. I like Kimi Antonelli a lot. Kimi is like such a sweet little guy. Then there is, let's see, Red Bull. I don't have anything really with Hadjar. I don't like the team. Verstappen, like I mentioned, it's okay, but I don't really root for him. I just like him as a person. Then there is Alpine, fuck Alpine, sideways, backwards, upside down, and also fuck Gasly, and fuck how they treated their drivers, and also I don't like Colapinto. Don't know why he has a seat in F1 to begin with. Let's see, then we have Haas. Gene Haas, sell the team, thanks. Please. I like your drivers, I like your team, I don't like you. Actually put some money into F1, thanks. Then there's Williams, like I already mentioned. Cadillac, I'm rooting for them to do well at some point. But we will have to see where it goes, I guess. Like, I don't know. Really, with Haas, I'm upset that they got rid of Gunther, but Aya Komatsu has been a good team principal, right? So I can't be too upset about that. I liked it. I like Ollie Behrman. I don't like Ocon. Ocon can go fuck off. Let's see. Then there is Williams, there is Cadillac, there is Alpine, Williams, Cadillac, Alpine, Haas. There is 2 more teams that I'm forgetting. There is... Holy shit, how am I forgetting teams? There's Audi. Audi is cool. Audi is a corporate hellhole, but Audi is cool. They are very mismanaged though. I'm glad they are in F1. I'm excited about them having their own engine program. I really love their livery and I hate how the team is run. And then there's one more team that I am forgetting. It's Alpha Tauri, Racing Bulls, Visa, Cash App, Toro Rosso, right. Same feelings as with Red Bull. Also, they shouldn't have a second team, fuck off. Why did they get to have a second team and no one else does? Feels a bit unfair. Somehow that car is better than the actual Red Bull though. Like what? I really like Lindblad. Lindblad from that team is very good. He's a good driver. Seems to be a good kid. And I wish Tsunoda was still driving with them, but obviously Tsunoda got the Red Bull treatment of you are no longer driver for us. And yeah, Ferrari was good in the early 2000s because they were run differently. They were like, actually ran like a proper fucking team. And not with the stuck up Italian bullshit. And my introduction, I think, was F1 2003? 2003. My dad bought me like a it must maybe earlier even, but might have been 2000. Like, I got like a Ferrari steering wheel because I was a big F1 Ferrari fan, Schumacher fan when I was young, and he got me a steering wheel and got the game on his computer, so I got to play it on his computer, and I fucking adored it. Then I kind of fell away with Ferrari, like, eh. And F1 in general just didn't appeal to me, and then I started watching again in 2018, so pre-COVID, pre-Drive to Survive. I got back into it, and it's been just fun ever since. I've been debating doing some watch-along streams with F1, because then I get to like watch it with people, not just with the person. I live with, but also with some others, and it will be a lot of fun. I think my biggest upset with Alpine is the fact that they didn't keep the Renault logo. Like, just keep being Renault. People know what Renault is. People don't know what fucking Alpine is. Like, the general audience doesn't even know what Renault is, because in the US Renault doesn't even exist. So it's a very European focused thing. And the only reason we know Alpine exists is because they make worse Renaults for more of a price up. Like, yeah, I can buy a Renault 5, or I can buy an Alpine Renault 5 that is more expensive, has the same performance, and has less luxury and less usability. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Alpine shouldn't exist as a brand. And I honestly missed the yellow and black on the grid. It was such a good livery. What happened to Robert Kubica is, my thoughts on Robert Kubica is he should have been a world champion. It's really unfortunate that he had his crash, that's his rally crash that cost him a lifelong injury. And it's very cool that he managed to make a comeback into F1 for a little bit, but he clearly didn't have it anymore. So I think he was an amazing guy, and it's like a great prospect basically gone to fuck just because of a bad crash. And it's just very unfortunate, and that happens. It's the same thing with I don't know if you guys know the guy, but Antoine Hubert, who died in a crash during an F2 race inside of like Antoine Hubert dying during the Spa Grand Prix in the F2 race. Like, that broke my heart. And it's part of why the recent crash during the Nürburgring 24 hours also hit so hard, where Juha died. Like, rest in peace, Juha. There's no good way of putting it. It's just, it fucking sucks. It's still so dangerous, but they also died doing what they love at the same time. So it's like, it's such a complicated thing, but it's just a reminder that we need to continue to improve safety. It's sorry for getting a bit emotional, but like, racing is so much safer than it used to be. I'm playing a game right now where, what if Group B never got like regulated, and what if we continue to have crazy cars? But I'm glad it never happened, because the amount of people that would have died. Imagine if Kubica had that crash in a Group B car, or in an even crazier car. He would have died. He didn't. The fact he survived and was able to make a comeback in racing is a miracle. The fact that he, like you mentioned, Ross, that he managed to win Le Mans. Like, that's fucking insane, and I'm so proud of him for pushing through everything he went through and still deciding that, no, I'm not done. I have unfinished business. That is cool. But also, when you have that near-death experience, like, holy fuck, what does that do with you mentally? I can't imagine. Yeah, I'm glad they made a movie about Niki Lauda. I didn't like the movie personally, but it's a story that needed to be told. Also, the day Ayrton Senna died, like, fuck. just seeing it's unbelievable that we have so much safety now. How Behrman had, I don't know if you watched the last Grand Prix, but Behrman had like an insane crash at like 50 plus G-forces. And he just walked away from it. He was limping a little. The only thing he had was a bruised knee. No broken bones, no nothing. It's so insane that someone can get out on their own power and that they can just walk away. Or, yeah, there was also the screw that hit Massa during the Hungarian Grand Prix that just completely knocked him out and like tore through his it was a screw, it was a spring, sorry, but that just knocked him out unconscious and he hit the barrier at 300 kilometers per hour. The Roman Grosjean crash. There are so many near deaths that didn't happen because there is safety now. I do think that one thing that we learned from the Roman Grosjean crash is stop filming when the accident is going on. Well, you can film, but don't broadcast it. Make sure the guy is okay first before you broadcast it. It's the same thing that happened with, like, after the Antoine Hubert crash, they broadcasted that, not knowing he died. And I'm like, the rule of we now only broadcast once we know the guy is okay is so much better, because I don't want to see an accident where someone might have died. Like, that's just so terrifying. And the drivers are really upset with the F1 broadcasting for live broadcasting that's happening. And we have completed Group S. Yeah, that was crazy. Like, the reactions were insane. Vector, this has nothing to do with the media. The F1 broadcasting team is not media, they are part of F1 themselves. So this is not ESPN broadcasting it, no, it's F1 themselves being stupid about it. Like, they control all the broadcasting for a reason, to avoid media corporations from sharing things they shouldn't share. Much the media is just a bunch of hungry dogs. The way they ask questions sometimes really... I remember Max Verstappen recently kicked someone out of a press conference for asking a rude question. Like, yeah. Anyways, we have something special, so we're gonna shut up and look. Group A. Yay, Group A. Il Gorillona. Subaru. The Fujin. The classic Subaru. The Colin McRae Subaru. And the lift back. The Mitsubishi Evo. The max attack. The Cosy, I think. Yeah, the Cosy 50. Or 90, sorry. The tree makes it difficult to reach goal. I will be honest, I love the Cosworth. It's such a cool car. There's also this car, the Kingpin. Legally distinct Ford Focus. But yeah, the Fujin is also my weapon of choice for two reasons. One is that it's a good car. Secondly, it is because one of the achievements requires you to drive 555 kilometers with it. I wonder why it's 555, huh? Like I mentioned, it's the Colin. It's not the Sebastian Loeb Subaru. It's the Colin McRae Subaru. The one thing I dislike about sports and racing, though, is that a lot of it isn't publicly available to watch. I am really appreciative of like a lot of endurance races nowadays live stream on YouTube. I am debating doing a 24-hour Nürburgring live stream when that happens, because the 24 hours of Nürburgring will be publicly broadcasted. So I should be allowed to put the live stream up on my stream to watch it together with people. But I would have to look further into it. Which I think happens in 4 weeks' time, the Nürburgring 24 hours, which Max Verstappen will be racing in that. Do 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 do. Max Verstappen. Do 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 do. Oh, two-wheel. Oh, Don't die. I forgot how fast this car is, Jesus. Yeah, Dirt Rally 2.0's Australian map is crazy. Also, Vector, I'm happy to introduce you to F1 sometime, don't worry. Oh, got dark! Who needs to see anyways? No. Your instructions came too late. I was already on my side. Like, co-driver will be very nice right now in the dark. Because I have a lot of the maps memorized in this game, but this is the first time, like, I drove Australia first time ever on this stream. So I have no idea how these maps go. And they're a bit treacherous. Why am I hungry all of a sudden? Ah! Rude tummy. Tummy's being rude. Also, I think that Dargoon might have fallen asleep on us. I realize he hasn't said anything in a while. Just passed out randomly. Or he's very obsessed with intros right now, one or the other. Apparently I have a soothing voice, so people falling asleep on my stream might be a normal thing. I don't know. Aurora has done it. I know that Vector has done it once before. I imagine others have as well. Oh god. I have my legs completely stretched, and I've done legs yesterday and today, so my workout schedule is definitely hitting my legs, and I'm feeling it. If you fell asleep in a good way, does that mean you failed the task successfully of watching my stream? Well, good thing I upload my VODs then, if you're watching them and others are watching them. I personally am like, it doesn't hurt to upload them, it takes like only a little bit of time to get them ready, so might as well. And now that I'm streaming on YouTube, it by default should upload, so should be very nice. And then for the official Sky YouTube channel, I will probably make a new channel because, you know. I mean, I export them too, I just need to make a description, you know. Which I realize I can make a default description. I mean, it's fine if you don't bother, I do. I'm the masochist that has too much attention for detail. It's Germany time. Okay, we're having frame drops again, cool. But I have to reset that quite often, that's so obnoxious. Why is there a memory leak? What of all of this is causing memory leak, you fucking dipshit? Something is. Also, not having the time, this means you're not trying hard enough. Smiley face. I'm being silly, but like, being time limited is definitely an issue I already run into because I have all the model stuff going on, you have the model stuff going on that I've been like helping with sometimes. I can definitely make the hair process a little bit easier for you because I figured it out. But yeah, you got your normal work, you got your hobbies and everything. So yeah, that takes some time. Meanwhile, I don't have work. This is my work. I make my bread doing this. No, I don't earn my bread yet. I make some money, but not enough to make a living off of this, unfortunately. Maybe in the future, you know? Maybe in the future I make enough money from this. I love how the stream elements bot is like, hey, use your Prime sub as I'm talking about making my bread. So, yeah, don't forget to use your Prime. But I do think that, like, I have one major surgery and one minor surgery still coming. And after that, I should be clear regarding surgeries unless I have anything emergency come up, obviously. After that, I will focus a bit more on like actual content creation and like trying to grow this even more. For now, I'm happy with what I have, so I'm not too motivated to grow it much further. I am trying to just make it better, increase quality instead of the quantity of viewership. Yeah. I was sometimes thinking, honestly, on the what to focus on, and it's like, what I need to focus on is three things. With my medical conditions, make it feasible to be able to consistently stream, so don't like promise too much. Don't instantly start streaming 5 days a week, every week. Which today I have like a very bad nerve pain day, so I am capable of doing this game because I am very hyper focused, so I don't really notice the pain that much, but I definitely will need my well-deserved rest after, and I made sure to have enough time in the morning to get up out of bed, make breakfast, do my workouts, because the workouts help a lot with reducing my nerve pain, and then have a shower and just, you know, do things at my own tempo, not try to rush things. And I just have to manage that.
1, 2, 3, 4. Auf dem Bauch, denn ich hab Übergewicht. Könnt weniger essen, aber Lust hab ich nicht.
Oh, lecker.
Egal was es gibt, ich esse jedes Gericht. Ich glaube nicht an das, was eine Diät mir verspricht.
Black fat or smack of fat. Thank you, Lasolda. Oh god, I missed the corner. Oops. But yeah, I could focus a lot on like getting more viewership in, but ultimately I want to be consistent first. I want to have the quality I desire to have on stream. Yeah. Also important for me is to not invest too much money. Like I could have spent 10,000 euros on a 3D model or a live 2D model, and that's just not worth it to me. Like, why would I spend that much money on something that I don't even know if it's sustainable to begin with? I know it's something that's kind of cliche, but a lot of people invest so much money into VTuber stuff at the start. Lasada, you have been streaming for a while, you don't count. But apparently about 92% of VTubers stop streaming within the first 6 months, which is a crazy number, but that's because they do it for the wrong reasons. They don't do it do it to make a quick buck, and it's not a quick buck. It requires consistency, it requires actually like showing up, it requires a lot of behind the scenes work. It's not just easy money. You have to work for it if you want this to become your career, and it's not for everyone. I am definitely a workaholic, so whenever I'm able to do stuff for my model or for my YouTube channel or for my clipping, I do it because I enjoy doing it. And that makes it so much easier for me to actually like get this done, but it's not feasible for most people. It's definitely not always feasible for me. Sometimes I just need to take a fucking break. Like I did yesterday, I did nothing. But like, if you actually want to be an industry VTuber, then you might want to be one of the corpo VTubers, which has its own downsides, and that's also really hard work. And then you basically have a corporate job inside of a VTuber community, which some people enjoy, but it's basically your normal 9 to 5, but at different inexact hours. I cannot recommend it. And you also don't get rights to the models usually, so yeah, you just have to go through with it, and it's not fun. There's a reason why streamers like Gargura and Bryn Penrose and such became indie VTubers instead of having their own, instead of being part of their respective agencies. I also think that Bryn Penrose got... Oh, loud motorcycle. I think Bryn Penrose got a bit lucky with being able to keep their VTuber model. They are actually getting a new model now, but it's very difficult to be a corpo VTuber basically, because it is just basically a job. And being an indie VTuber is a job in a different way. It's more like freelancing. And both have their merits, but don't expect to make a lot of money doing indie VTubing unless you're already big. Which I'm not. I am small. I am lucky to have all of you already inside of my audience. I did have the luck of already having grown an audience through my art commissions, which I'm grateful for. That that has translated into some viewership. As my game starts lagging again. Yes, the wholesome hoof. The wholesome. I can't English. The wholesome woof. I know I'm bigger than you. That's why you need me to sit on my knees for you. I know. Gordy. But yeah, I'm just glad that I effectively had the luxury of skipping the struggle bus of not having an audience, because I just have a pre-existing audience. But other than that, it's still gonna be grinding. It's still gonna be consistent to ultimately have a bigger. I mean, yeah, I am a brat. You can't stop me. But I am a grateful brat at that. I am grateful for what I have in front of me. I'm grateful to not have the feeling that I need more. I had a moment of that a little bit at some point of like I feel like I'm not doing enough. But that I managed to get that sorted by fixing the model and stuff. It wasn't about audience, it was just about my personal thing. I needed to get rid of the PNG tuber. I needed to get the model to be my own, and it's becoming more and more of a thing. And I'm glad for that. I'm glad I sorted it out. Ah, God. I should hydrate.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Stretchy. Fuck. That was a good stretch. But also, yeah, I have a large audience because of the art commissions I gotten, but that doesn't translate into Discord members. It doesn't translate into anything else, really. So it is kind of important to keep that in mind of like not to expect too much, but it definitely has helped some. So that's nice. Also, if it's gonna be laggy again, then that means I will have to oh no, it's fine now. Yeah, there are some artists that charge an arm and a leg, and good for them that they get to fill it out, but we are not the wealthy furries that can spend that much money. I know you weren't doing that, Lasada. That's why I made the joke of me being on my knees. Because I am taller than you. There's so much art to get. There's always so much more art to get. It never stops. It never ends. Am I what? Am I taller than you? How tall are you, Masada? Now I need to know. height reveal live on screen. Okay, fine, I will grab Discord, and I will not say it out loud then. I will just say if I'm taller than you or not, because if you want to keep that private, that's okay. But I need to know. Okay, we're the same height, fuck you. We are exactly the same height. So if I wear heels or platform shoes, I win. If you wear boots, you win, I guess. I mean, I can, but now I don't want to. It's the purpose of the joke. Once again, I am a brat. Certified fucking brat. Fucking fight me. I mean, I will do so willingly for other reasons that I cannot say on stream, but for practical joke reasons, no, doesn't work. Wiggle, wiggle. I think the most annoying thing of this current thing is that, so I think I will be able to potentially finish this game in terms of the career mode today, and then I need to get some of the collectibles, which I will do off stream, and also complete the 1000 stages off stream, which there's a glitch for that to get that done. Then go into my editing software and edit it all together, stitch it, and then make a YouTube video out of it and commentate over it. Which the commentating over it will be interesting because I've never done commentating in my life. That will be fun, making a script and everything. I know how to commentate live. I don't know how to commentate a video. Is what I'm specifically trying to say. Also, reading stuff out loud makes my stutter worse, so that's probably gonna be a fun experiment. How many takes does it take? So I'm probably gonna like... The question is, do I edit the video first and then make the script later, or do I make the script first to see when I need to edit things in? I think that makes more sense to do the commentary first and add in the gameplay later. Because I can talk, because I know what's happening inside of the video, right? So I have key points that I need scripted, but Yeah, it's basically a certain gameplay requires certain input, and then fill the gaps with other gameplay, basically. So get all the gameplay that I need in the video in there, then stitch gaps in there so that I can fill them up later, then make the commentary, and then the commentary will fit in over the gameplay that I already have there, and then any additional gaps I can fill with random gameplay, basically. I don't know, I'm new to this. I'm trying to figure it out. Oh god. Oh no. Yoink. Well, I needed to do some rolls, so that worked. I needed to do a total of 30 rolls. I've not done enough. Oh god, that was terrible. What are these fucking posts made out of? Jesus. I was also thinking that doing this on PlayStation would be slightly easier because the pop-ups work better and the recording would not be as much of an issue because the trophy pop-ups are bigger than they are on Steam, and also also because I'm playing the game on another device, the GPU won't be bottlenecked like it is now. So those are two benefits for future consideration for any kind of video essays I want to do on 100% in games. I can How can I change the pop-up? In what ways? Okay, but it's not a size and location thing necessarily, because it's so when you're doing gameplay like this, achievements don't show up. So I have to record my screen separately from the gameplay for the YouTube video. which is a bit annoying. Both take up GPU space because they both have to encode, and so it bottlenecks my GPU, and therefore I need a better graphics card, or I need to separate the gameplay from the recording, which is possible either by getting a new PC or by playing on PlayStation. Because I can record gameplay on PlayStation without bottlenecking my GPU. So then OBS is just the only thing that is GPU intensive, basically. That's basically my thoughts behind it. Yep, bars. And the second PC thing is a possibility, you just need to build it. Because we have a PC that we could do that with. Just need to put, you know, actual storage in there so that I can record. I need to put my programs on there. I need to transfer all my plugins and stuff from OBS onto there. I need to put all my settings in there. So it's a bit of an effort, but it's possible. Definitely possible. It's actually a reason why some streamers have like a gaming laptop. Because with a gaming laptop it's a lot easier to do these things, and it comes with a separate keyboard by default. That makes it easier to do things with. I will show you, remind me to show you a picture of my cable management of my setup once I'm done with the stream. Or well, I could take a picture live on stream and send it to you. Of not the cable management, just my setup right now. Oh no, I can't. I have prescription meds on my table. I can't show off my address and stuff. I don't need to dox myself. Oopsie. Why do I have prescription meds on my table, you might ask? Well, I need to order new ones and I keep forgetting, so they're there so I remember to order them at some point, TM. I actually have cable management, it's just scuffed. Yippee! New Colonel, das Obervan! New livery for the fucking Tri-Monkey, cool. Spin. Their music is so good. No, 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 no. Ah, well. Starting to lose focus a little bit more now that we have been going for 5 hours. No, 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 no. Oh, yes, I guess. Going. Huh. I wonder now if the memory leak is the more maps we load in, the more it just keeps the rendering loaded. Because we did Rally Kenya twice in a row and it hasn't caused any issues, but sometimes it does. Utter confusion. Or I went away and the chat died. Say hi if you're still there, people. Oh, wow. I have nothing worth saying. I'm just waiting. I have no runs stored up. I have no interesting things to say. I'm just a tired little wolf right now. I am not poor. I have, fuck's sake, loud motorcycles and someone blasting their bass. I can't think when it's that loud, what the fuck. But yeah, I've earned my tiredness, so I'm not poor. I'm rich in tiredness. I've earned this. There's a difference. Just saying. Yeah, there you go. Rich and tired. Also, it looks kind of funny sometimes seeing Rally Kenya in the rain because, like, Rally Kenya RL is held in the desert and it's like one of the most brutal rallies inside of the season. But oftentimes there's like random monsoon rains that hit that just flood the roads and everything. It's like It's kind of wild how they manage to plan Rally Kenya every year in the World Rally Championship, WRC. Also, I really need to go pee, so I should do that after this stage. And then I can hydrate more. Maybe I should also grab a snack, actually, I don't know. We shall see after a break if I come back with a snack or not. There we go. Okie dokie. So I'm gonna go be right back real quick. So yeah. See you guys soon. If I could be right back button. Hello again. There's something very funny about that boba art, actually. I don't actually like boba tea. Yeah, I know. I don't like boba tea. Something about those little things in the bottom, the tapiokas, I think it is. I don't like them. So it's kind of crazy. Put that away. Okay, time to barely be able to talk because I have something in my mouth. I got like a hard candy to suck on for a bit to help with my appetite, but means it's difficult to talk. Let me get my blanket. Let me continue. Adjust the microphone. Also, how are you? The hands are fucked. Cool. This is what happens when I don't turn off tracking while I walk away, I guess. The hands get, the hand tracking is off. Anyways, how are you guys doing today? I don't think I've asked in the last 5 hours. Maybe a useful question to ask. Oh. That was a loud crunch, Jesus. Well, try to keep hanging in there. Also, yes, I have a tendency to bite into hard candy and break it. That's completely normal for me, don't worry about it. Whether it's smart is a different thing. I'm doing okay today. I had bad nerve pain earlier today, but otherwise I've been having a fantastic day. The stream has been fun. And my routine this morning went well. It's been a while since that actually went smoothly because I've been having some issues waking up. I don't know what it has been as of late waking up, but my body has just been in such a rut of just struggling to actually move, even though mentally I can have some anxiety, but otherwise I feel fine. Oh, I think it's just the issue of something is wrong with my body, so my body doesn't want to move. It can be annoying. I've been kind of pain-free the last few days as well. Only now it's been flaring up, so I don't know why my body has been struggling to get up. Maybe it's that, oh, you're pain-free, so you should rest more. And now that I'm in pain again, my body's like, okay, it's time to get up. I really need a head pet redeem, the head pet redeem will be something with points, I think. And anything more nefarious will be a paid for with bits thing. Because I feel like it's not necessary to make it a paid head pet thing, because people like head petting me. But I don't think they want to head pet me for money constantly, when I can be head petted constantly without money, but still get the satisfaction of head pets. Yay! Also, the new hair is so cool. It costs some money, but it's worth the money. I'm so happy with it. Luckily it didn't cost much, because I was able to like get the color and shaders and stuff to work by myself and get it all sorted on the model, so I only paid for the thingy, for the gumroad product of the hair itself. It's from the same artist that I sent to you, Aurora. They do such good hairstyles. Lots of physics bones in there though, which is funny. I love that it's called bones, because it's just... Why does it wiggle? Bones. It has bones in it. There's something very ominous about it being bones. Yeah, this one is very spiky. I like it for me, but it's not for everyone. I was also looking for some other ones, but I don't know. Difficult to figure out. Also, this one does come with like sticks in them as well. You can have like sticks in them, like Japanese hairstyle kind of sticks, but I removed those because I don't think that fits me, but now I kind of want to try that actual hairstyle IRL at some point, see how that fits me. Also, the hands seem to be behaving now, so that's good. You should show me, definitely. No, I don't give you a second, I will give you a minute. How about that, huh? Didn't expect that, huh? Oh boy, yeah, the focus is starting to definitely go a little on the game. Which is okay. But oh boy, it's difficult to drive. How about I gave Aurora a minute, not just a second. Or I was like, give me a second, and I'm like, no, I will give you a minute. Haha. I can wiggle so much. Ah, wiggle, 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 wiggle. There's so much movement in this model, I love it. I'm still so happy about it. Hi, back. Okay, we're seeing some more impact on performance, so we need to restart the game again. Yippee. Yeah, I think it's just keeping the previous tracks in memory. And therefore, it's slowly reducing the performance. Which makes loading times quicker when you have already loaded things, but it makes the game slower on actual performance. That's very interesting. Kind of weird. Also, I will probably make like a crisp recording of like the old group, what's it called, all the group stuff, like when it shows up which cars are in the groups. So group SS, this car and some others, and just put those trailers in the video because they're fucking sick. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. I don't even know how much the frame drops are noticeable on stream itself, but they're very noticeable for me. You get that in a lot of driving games, honestly. I love the little eye, my eyes darting to OBS sometimes. Then I look to the side like on a straight. I need to restart the game, unfortunately. And no, get fucking again. I don't know what it is, but that's just what we have to deal with. Ba-da-ba-da. Bon. I got the lag of it loading in. Brother, what the fuck? The performance should be smooth. What are the graphics? They are set to medium. Huh? Are they suddenly on medium? I was about to say, I think we were playing on higher quality. Huh. Cool. Thanks, game. Thanks for resetting my settings. Once again. You know, I could have just had some leftover pizza for lunch, but instead I had a shake. Forgot I had pizza. Oh. Why is there a rock? The crowd is blocking rock. Hangry. Not hungry, hangry. Angry, hungry. I think I'm the most unbearable piece of shit when I get like my cravings every month. Like, I am so grumpy and I'm just I eat dinner, I have so much food and I'm like, I want more, I'm still hungry. Like, why is Woody this way? I wish Woody wasn't this way. Also, hello Andy, welcome back. What does ODST actually stand for in your name? I'm curious. Curious. Orbital Drop Shock Trooper. That could be from so many games and I have no idea which one it is. It could be StarCraft, it could be what's it called? I keep forgetting names, Scott. My brain is fried, I do not get the Halo. Yeah, I am a PlayStation person. I grew up on PlayStation, not on Xbox. I had an Xbox 360 at some point, but I never I've never played always played Halo at like a friend's house, so I know a bit about it, but not a lot, unfortunately. I think they are now available on Steam, so maybe that's a fun thing to do at some point. Play Halo on stream. Go through the campaign. Oh, thank you for the follow, Skyware. Oddly similar name there, Sky. And yeah, I don't know. If I think back at what games around that time I was interested in, I was very much into sports games, and I was into racing games. I enjoyed Skyrim, but I don't really remember what I... Like, around that time I think it was mostly Mario that I was interested in regards to story. Funnily enough, and Pokemon. Yes, Aurorium, you missed a lot. You missed Andy rejoining. I'm not someone... Oh, I had Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. That was like the obsession as a child. I've suddenly remembered that was my big obsession, Roller Coaster Tycoon. I probably have spent thousands of hours on Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. I could boot up Roller Coaster Tycoon sometime on stream. Because I have it installed with OpenRCT and everything, so it runs really smoothly. I joked about maybe I should speedrun Roller Coaster Tycoon maps on stream. But that sounds a little bit too silly. Nah, we don't commit war crimes in this household. We take it too serious. We are too autistic. We need to actually like make things properly and make it realistic and everything. I mean, war crimes can be fun. Yes, you are from the country that calls it the Geneva Suggestions, because you guys are half the reason the Geneva Convention is as long as it is. Thanks, Canada. It's not a war crime the first time. I can't do a Canadian accent, but if I could, I would be like, it's not a war crime the first time. I just can't do a Canadian accent, so I'm not even gonna attempt to think that was good. Funnily enough, I like, my mom's side of the family, her dad had two brothers that moved to Canada, so like half of my mom's family lives in Canada nowadays, so I could maybe go visit there sometime and meet that part of the family. Could be funny. They live in the Ontario area. I don't know where they live. They don't live in the Greater Toronto area. They live like a bit more further away from there. I've been to the Greater Toronto area before. It's quite nice. And by quite nice, I mean it's not as shit as Chicago. But it's not much better than Chicago. And Chicago is quite okay as well. I don't know how Detroit is doing these days. They are to the north of Toronto, like northwest, like in that little corridor. I'm itchy. New car unlocked, the Cozy. The only reason I don't have contact with that part of the family. That's a silly livery, holy shit, I love it. The only reason I don't talk to that part of the family is because everyone does their contact on Facebook and I don't like Facebook, so goodbye. Hello Quinnick. Welcome to the stream. I see you made it home safely from work. How was work? And before Quinnick already has left again because he said he would just peek in. Something is going crazy. Oh god, your company is about to fucking implode, it sounds like. Everyone keeps being sick for some reason. Which either means people are actually getting sick, or people are just tired of working there. Oh no. Why would they do the maintenance when you're not there? But I guess it's so you're not occupying it, but you would imagine they would do it correctly. Holy shit, that... yeah, fair. That does require a deep clean. Goodbye, Lasada. Have a good one. Yeah, I probably will be asleep by the time you're free. But we should pester each other because we still have to set up a collab at some point as well, because it will be good. I like keep forgetting to look into the games I have. Oh, that's a lot of pressure. 2,500 bars of water spew. I mean, it's dried cement. What do they expect? You're not just gonna show up with a normal power washer and do it. If it was that easy, everyone do it. Plastic cement, yeah. it gets more and more compact until it explodes. That's how that works, right? That's how you create explosives. Oh wait, that's a different kind of plastic. Never mind. Explosives. Yeah. Do not cake on a bunch of plastic to have it stop functioning, because when it stops functioning, it's too late. Smiley face. Why would you not that feels like it's at least a yearly thing, if not more regularly than a yearly thing. Like, that's not something you just put off. Let me just not shower for like 2 weeks to save water. I'm sure nothing wrong will happen. It's effectively the same thing. Yeah, exactly. Why not? Why change the oil? That's actually a benefit of electric cars. You don't have to change the oil, but that's about it. But I have heard the stories of people never replacing their oil. Oh, that actually reminds me of someone I used to know who was like, I completely wore out my brakes. They were like literally on the fucking line of, oh yeah, they don't work anymore. So they had to like crawl to the fucking maintenance place because they didn't have brakes anymore. What a surprise. It's almost as if you need to replace them. Yeah, I love the videos of like customer states their brakes don't work, and then you just see the brake completely worn out. It's like, what? it's such a painful concept to watch those videos, but also it's so accurate. Oh god. As my brake pedal is going along, and then the mechanic just presses the brake pedal, and it's just like, there is no brake, it's just not secured anymore. You also... Welcome back, Ross. And this stage is also not that long, so this one has less severe turns, so feels a bit more doable. Hi Yapper, I'm Yappy. Krennic the Yapper. Customer states there's meowing coming out of the engine. Yeah, because there's a fucking cat in there, you fucking dipshit. What do you expect? A lot of people don't understand how cars work. It's kind of funny. Unfortunately, I actively decided not to be a mechanic because there's so much bullshit surrounding mechanics. And also, mechanics... you have to program the transmission, guys. You have to be a mechanic, a programmer, and this and that. It's like, what? I just want to repair a car. Why do I need to know all these things? I would I would not want a turbocharged engine because of that. Like spooling up the turbo and everything, just getting everything warmed up is just not something I have the patience for. It's part of why I really like electric cars, because it's just you get in and go. Especially, or hybrid engines, because a turbo hybrid you don't have the same warm-up issues as you have with a normal turbo car, because you can just use the electric motor while everything else warms up, or you can use the electric motor to power things up. A turbo is predictable in regards to someone being an actual driver. If you know how to drive a turbo, it's very easy, but like, it's not easy if you don't, and for the average driver it's not easy at all. I absolutely adore turbos because they give so much power, but you also need to know what kind of turbo you have, because some turbos are made to specifically be in the high rev range, some in the mid rev range, some in the lower rev range. And you don't want to just suddenly run your car off the road because you suddenly get a bunch of boost. If the turbo is unpredictable in regards to it not giving you the turbo when it's in the right rev range for the turbo to happen, then there's something wrong with the car's programming, which is very dangerous. Because then you just have inconsistent torque, and inconsistent torque, not predictable torque, is like such a death machine. You want to be able to predict the torque band of a car. I think the funniest thing is if in games you ever drive those old cars, like this game doesn't simulate it all, but in Dirt Rally, some of the Group B cars, their turbo just kicks in and you're fucking dying. I also love like the very old F1 cars, like a old McLaren F1 car from like the 70s and 80s. When the turbo kicks in, you have wheel spin in 4th gear. You have wheel spin in 5th gear. Like, what the fuck? That's not what's supposed to happen. Why is car go do this? Because car wants to kill you, that's why. Yeah, with Pike's Peak you definitely want to get the boost up because of the low oxygen there. It's why an naturally aspirated car just performs worse than a turbo. And why a hybrid or a full electric car performs even better, because they don't care for oxygen, because they don't have combustion. In the same sense of relying as much on combustion. Anyways, hybrids still have combustion, lol. The fucking Ford Supervan and the Pikes Peak VW were insane cars. Oh no. To be fair, premium fuel is kind of a weird thing to begin with for me. Because what you guys call premium fuel in the US is just basic fuel here. Like, you can just fuel with normal fuel here. There's no issue. It's a 95 unleaded here. Meanwhile, you guys have lower octane levels by default. Which is also why your gas is cheaper and why premium fuel is more expensive. Just as an FYI, that's an exclusively American problem, the premium fuel thing. You don't run into that here. Yeah, 95 unleaded standard, and you have like diesel and V-power diesel from like Shell and some other. Like, there are some special diesel compositions that give you a bit. And here it's only 95, there's no 93. It's kind of funny how that differs in different countries. Also, yes, I'm looking at chat while navigating this course. I know it's not a good idea, fuck you. That's very funny. That sounds very Eastern European. I'm still top 10 percentile while not looking. I'm not looking, I'm still top 10 percentile, cool. I know what I'm doing. My model doesn't apparently. Let me reposition there. But the pain of like, you buy a Ford Mustang in the US, but you don't realize you have to put premium fuel into it, or like a Ford Raptor, a Ford Tundra maybe, or a Dodge Ram or whatever. A lot of those trucks require premium fuel or diesel, not just normal fuel. Honestly, I'm surprised how many of those trucks are fucking normal gasoline and not diesel. If they were diesel, they would have so much fucking low-end torque, and it would be amazing at, you know, doing their job. Yes, let me buy a big truck that I'm never going to use to haul any stuff with, and I'm gonna do gasoline, which makes it less fuel efficient than a diesel. Because gasoline is normal, right? And then you don't fuel it with premium fuel. Now just get the diesel truck. Diesel trucks are fucking based if you want a truck, or get an electric truck. Like for example, the Rivian is quite good at what it does. There's a few other electric trucks that are also good at what they do. If you're more of a short distance kind of person, if you're long distance, then definitely use diesel. Diesel is very fuel efficient on the highway as well. $420 horsepower in a truck feels kind of useless, if I'm being honest, depending on your use case. I don't care about your horsepower number, I care about your torque. And your pull power. How much torque do you have? How much pull power do you have? Because towing capacity is so important on trucks, and debate how much can I put in the bed. If you don't care about those things, then it doesn't matter. Also, a horse trailer you don't need a fucking truck for. Horse trailer you can just use a normal like station wagon or whatever. They have enough towing capacity to do that as well. And then you can actually have a nice family car that's more fuel efficient. Yes, the new Mustang is actually a V6 by default and not a V8, which was really funny to me. Like, it doesn't feel like a proper American muscle car if it's not a V8, but also it is a really good V6. It's very well tuned and it's very economical. It's very well made, but it's not a V8. Yes, let me LS swap my Miata. Make my Miata an American muscle car. How do you have 420 horsepower? No, yeah, 420 horsepower with only 250 pound-feet of torque. Like, a Mercedes, on average, right, has more torque than it has horsepower. If you have a truck, you want more torque than you want horsepower. You want four-wheel drive, all-wheel drive, whatever you want to call it. There is a difference. I forgot what the difference is. But why would you want a truck with only 250? If you get the horse trailer stuck in the ditch, you're not gonna be able to pull it out. That's how bad that is. Yeah, I have the stupid thought of like, if you really want a good truck, get one of the 90s or early 2000 trucks. They were good. And they are still reliable, especially if you get the Toyota or a GMC. Those are very reliable still. A Ford can also still be reliable, but depends on the model. There are certain models that are less reliable than others because there was like a 2004 version of the... And after that, Ford kind of fucked up the reliability until 2007. Please don't sue me, Ford. I mean, buying a car for looks is not a terrible idea, I will be honest. Like, it's a good reason to get a car. But a $70,000 car? I can buy a Porsche Cayman with that money and have a lot more fun. Or I can buy a Volvo V70 and actually tow your horse trailers and then also have luxury on the inside and then also have a ton of space and a fuel efficient car and just, you know, everything. Volvo good. Why is Polestar good? Because Polestar is a Volvo branded thing. Also, yeah, having 250 horsepower and then 350 foot-pound of torque is fucking amazing. You have 7 Volvos? How do you have 7 Volvos? Unless I'm misunderstanding you. Which is quite possible. I have been known for being stupid. Ah, you're one of those people that likes having project cars. That makes sense. I have one friend with like 5 cars and their only car that works is like a Miata and everything else is just on the fucking trying to get put together. Goodbye, bros. Thank you for joining and talking with us. Hope you have a good day. How many Volvos from the 80s can you buy for this that don't function for the same price of a brand new car nowadays? Like, there's gotta be a lot. Oh dear Lord, I'm going to fall. Honestly, it's not worth it to buy a new car these days because of how much they depreciate in value. The car market is a little bit inflated in terms of price. It's better to buy a car like used, like a few years old. So buy a 2021 car basically, if you want something relatively new. focus mode. Feel like I'm setting a good time, so I'm focusing real quick. I went 200 there, so if I could have gotten the 200 achievement right there. Just organically. Okay, cool. Good to know. Nope. No. Okay. See you later. And yeah, I would agree. I'd rather spend a lot of money on a beater than to spend a boatload on a brand new car that's not gonna function half the time. Seems like we have some frame rate issues again, but oh, I will finish the Rally Australia and then see from there. God, I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. What the fuck? Welcome back, Akimir. How was the therapy? I told you I would still be here when you were done. Nah, the lag is killing me now. Seems like I have to reset every 2 stages. Fuck, that's not ideal. Finding steps is always important, knowing how to move forward and do things. I think it's very difficult sometimes because it's very difficult to see the what's the expression? See the forest from the trees? Or see the trees from the forest. One or the other way, I don't remember. Because, you know, there's so much in front of you that you have to figure out, what do I actually need to do? What do I need to focus on? What is actually good for me? It's because there's a lot of false things in front of you that you don't have to actually do anything with. There's things that, yes, you should do stuff with, but maybe in the future, not right now. And figuring out what is right and what is wrong can be very hard. But that's what therapy is for, to figure it out and like make progress. And I'm glad you're making progress. Even if it's not always the case, you got sessions like these in the middle where you have more progress, and sometimes, yeah, you will regress, but that's okay, because so long as you keep trying to move forward, there will be more forward momentum than backwards momentum. What matters to me? And what do you want? Yeah, those are very good questions. I sometimes struggle figuring out what I actually want. And then it just comes to me and I'm like, huh. I never realized I cared that much about it, because it's very easy to feel like certain things matter a lot to you and then it ends up not actually mattering all that much. I think the funniest thing sometimes is like, after something big happens, it feels like it's going to like be a mess for so long. And it will be a mess for so long because it's like this thing that you're just logging you down for so long, and then so when you work on it, eventually it becomes less and less, and then suddenly it's like, huh, I don't actually care anymore. That's kind of amazing. And sometimes you don't care about something that you should be caring about, and you need to figure out why. Why do I not care as much about this thing anymore that I always used to care so much about? There's so much thought that you could put into so many things, honestly. And sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not worth it, I think. As I crash. Yeah, sometimes you gravitate towards things that seem unimportant, but then it is important. Sometimes we have these things that are a major part of our lives that we don't give the right credits that it deserves. Or maybe we gravitate towards it even though we shouldn't, which, you know, sometimes we don't realize how dependent we are on things that we shouldn't be dependent on. Goes both ways. Oh dear lord, the fucking lag. Wow. Time to reset. Yeah, my hairstyle is behaving better than the game. The game is the problem, not the hairstyle. I'm gonna try to continue 2 more stages because I'd rather reset after without having to load new things, but holy shit. Maybe? No, this... I'm starting already with 4 frame rate. Yeah. I will just have to endure for a moment. Fuck, actually, I'm not gonna endure this, fuck this. I'm gonna lower settings, and then when it starts stuttering again, that's when I actually reset and put on the high graphics again.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
I will hydrate once I'm done with this level. Which is apparently still lagging despite me having reset it. Like, what the fuck? Actually, I realized that I might call it a stream after these two levels, because I have been streaming for a while, and to do the last stages would take it's 4 rallies of 5 stages, 20 stages. If those take longer than 3 minutes on average, that means I would be going for over an hour. And that would go into my dinner time, so I shouldn't do that. However tempting that might be. I am amazed. An ambulance just drove by and my noise filtering actually filtered out the noise. I actually have my noise filter set up correctly for these things. I mean, it probably would have come through if I was talking, but I'm glad that I am able to do these things. Holy fuck. Also, I feel like ending stream in a different area. So we're gonna have some fun with that. Or not, because I should just stop dragging it out, Sky. I've been streaming for 6 hours and 40 minutes. That is a total of 400 minutes. Holy crap. 400 minutes, or a total of 2400 seconds? Yes, 2400 seconds. 24,000 seconds. No, that's 2400 seconds. That sounds low. Why do seconds sound weird? No, it's 20. Bleh. I might. Yeah, it sounds low. It's 24,000 seconds. Cool. Because 400 minutes plus 60 seconds, or times 60 seconds, is 4,000 times 6. And then that is 24,000. So yeah, fucking Christ, but so we are done. Yeah, I'm trying to do math after a long stream, and it's not. My head is still. Math is supposed to be a thing I'm good at.
Stretch.
Stretch. Oh, I can do one more thing. I can do one more thing before I end stream. But I need to restart the stream. Restart the game for that. You got a camo livery for the logger, good. The next Art of Rally stream, we're finishing the game. really cool. But for now, we're gonna do what? Oh god, we're doing one more thing. Also, I can't do the one more thing with my right hand like I normally do because hair gets in the way now. Which I don't have. The hair has physics, but I can't manipulate the physics myself, which is funny and a little weird. But Custom Rally in Japan. This one at night. With the original. Welcome to Japan. Welcome to Initial D. Gas, 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 I'm gonna step on the deck. Oh. I forgot to turn off damage. I forgot. Whoops. Oh well. We are smoking. It's fine. It's totally fine. Also, unironically, tofu is like one of my favorite foods because it's so versatile. You can make so many. You can do so many things with it. To be fair, the modern Fiat Pandas also look very good. Like, they unironically are good cars. Like, as an adult, I walked by one of the newer Fiat Pandas and I'm like, huh, I would actually consider buying that. You know, an Opel Corsa is not the worst first car to own. I'm one of the few people that probably, like, having lived in the Netherlands, I have the benefit of just not needing a car, so I've never owned a car personally. So I'm curious what my first car would ever be if I ever get one. I love cars, so I probably will get one at some point. And go down to the Nürburgring and drive around there for some time. You know? Do fun things. I would want a combustion engine because I would mostly use my car for longer range trips. So, go on vacation and whatnot, or go to places I can't get to with public transport. I've unironically looked at maybe owning just a 2CV as my first car. cars are really expensive here in the Netherlands. Like, the taxes on them are kind of crazy, so it's not worth it. But also I can get everywhere so quickly by public transport compared to other places in the world that it's also not really necessary. Anyways, there we go. Absolute Drift. Finish a state driving the original at night in Japan. I just wanted to get that last achievement. Because might as well get that on stream while we're at it, right? Nope. That's the wrong button. Oops. So this is where the car trailers are good. I can record that some other time. There's some. Okay, I'm saving that for later. Holy shit. I didn't realize there's fucking mods in this game. I mean, I knew, but I didn't realize they had a separate website for it. I thought it was on Nexus mods, but no. Oh, they even have a tutorial video on deliveries. Very good. Anyways. Oh god, I've been smallified, right. Yeah, I think this was the longest stream I've ever done. Let me just turn off the recording so that my model is a bit more smooth. Let me just pump up the quality, might as well, while we're at it. So what happens if I do best quality? Ooh, that's so smooth. Oh my god, that's so smooth. Holy shit. I love that. Holy crap. Oh god, look at the hair. When I'm going completely smooth. Fucking hell. Yeah, it's still, I don't have physics on it, like physically touching, but holy crap, that's so good. Boop. Fucking microphone in the way. Boop. Anyways, yeah, this was the longest stream I've ever done. I'm very happy with how this came out. I hope all of you have enjoyed it as much as I've done. And I realized that now all my recordings of the end screen need to be redone. Oh god. Oh dear Lord. We are going to see how this moves around in music videos in the future. That's going to be fabulous. But for now, I hope you'll enjoy it. Have a wonderful rest of your day, night, evening, morning, whatever time zone you might be in. And goodbye.